one down. Well, you know what, Jim?
5, 6, 7.
I'll take it away.
And by the way, for me, actually,
Why do we need to tell them that there's
Fancy water dishes out today? Or you can have mine.
Hey.
It's Thanksgiving.
I just want to make sure we're on the same page.
Yeah.
Testing. Bob, I like it. Well, this is new haircut.
Oh, I try. Well, actually, you know what happens is I just like to fuck with people. People go, "You have a beard?" They go, "No, why?" Like, then I shave the mustache. Did you have a mustache?
yeah.
Move it.
I did it to the judge.
Nope, you're good. I'm just gonna get set up for them. They're just gonna run it off my computer.
What you're here for?
Do my best to keep asking me away from it.
It's going to be, the amendment is going to go to the censor on first reading. The equivalent of the first reading. That's why it's going to be worded oddly, but very summary.
Well, we're trying to figure out if it does.
Why I might not.
It might not. There's some concern about whether
How'd that go?
whether or not that applies to sub-agencies or not.
Simple guys. Whether or not what?
Yes.
I think we had that last week, right? We had one of them at one. Well, last one or the time before, and I feel like I don't even like chocolate, and I like have.
In my office, they have like a pantry where they put snacks in. These things just started showing up. We don't do that. They're kind of heavy,
Yeah,
but like Rebecca loves chocolate.
I don't have a sweet
This ordinance would
so
allow
like I don't love chocolate, but when it's sitting here,
Right now, I
and
can do it.
and he's like, take one piece, and it's like, okay, and then you're like, okay, maybe I'll have seven.
Agreeing that we can set up and we can do all this stuff.
Is this the
Really
water
get
that
going
we
by 8.
No.
Thank you for
Is
being
this
here.
our water?
You always thank us.
Oh, you have some. Oh, look at that. Fancy. I didn't even recognize it.
704, right?
Yeah, no, I mean, do I have to stay for that ordinance now? Or is that what you're saying?
Oh, it does.
I was hoping to give you
Not
ours.
at all.
Oh,
Yeah, we'll take care of that. I will literally draft the language.
presentation's not working.
Oh, all right. Working, it was working.
I'll add it. I mean,
I would like to advise all those present that notice of this meeting has been provided to the public in accordance with the provisions of the Public Meeting Act, and that notice was published on the city website. Copies provided, Bergen Record, El Special, the North Star Ledger, Jersey Journal, also placed on a bulletin board in the lobby of City Hall. Written objections, if any, shall be made to the city clerk.
Thank you, Mr. Franny. Let's rise for the flag.
One nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Roll call, Mr. Cohen.
Here.
Ms. Fisher.
Here.
Mr. Jabour.
Here.
President Dano.
Present.
Mr. Quintero.
Present.
Mr. Ramos.
Got some
Mr. Russo. Doyle.
Present. So we're going to start with a presentation by the New Jersey DEP. But before we do that, we just have a little housekeeping to clear up. Number B783, which is for second readings, it is number 7 this evening, is going to be amended. So we're going to vote on the amendment, which will, in essence, and then the hearing on it will be at the next meeting, so on August 20th. So we will be voting on 7, but it will not be a final vote. There will not be a final hearing on it. So members of the public we're treating it like a first reading, so we will not hear any testimony or comments on number 7. The CD10 does not have the required 2 sponsors, so it is not going to be heard this evening. So if you're here for CD10, then we will not be discussing or voting on it this evening. And then in the first readings, number 2 is indicated on the agendas as stricken. It's not going to be, it's being pulled. And number 14 is also being pulled. And number CD11 at the very end, referring 14, is also not going to be heard tonight. So if you look at the agenda, you can determine if there's anything. Wouldn't want you to spend the evening here waiting and when we're not going to be addressing it. So with that, Jennifer Gonzalez or
I guess Caleb, do you want to do the introduction?
Caleb?
I think Jennifer.
Oh, she's just pointing to somebody else.
I'm just going to do a quick introduction. Dennis, would you like to come up and do the presentation with Kim? And if you guys don't mind, just name and title. And
Hello, everyone. I'm Dennis Reinick. I'm the Director of Resilience Engineering and Construction. I think I know most of you well. It's been an 11, 12-year journey together, and I love coming here. Councilman Fisher, good to see everyone. I'm glad I came tonight. This is a nice little check-in with the council, and I'm glad I was invited to come tonight. Along with this community, the state, and federal government.
Quiet down,
What's that?
if you can, in the room. Okay, thank you, Dennis. Sorry for
Oh,
that.
so sorry. Along with the state, the federal government, we're committed to completing this project and completing it on schedule and in budget. That means we need to do certain things. We need to aggressively move toward a completion of the project. I think Hoboken wants it done more than anyone in a timely fashion, so you're ready to be protected from the next storm. Sooner is better than later. And I think as you see us working in multiple locations around your town, that's our goal. But it also has some funding implications. We're trying to hit funding targets as well. So some of this urgency is also hitting funding targets by December, making sure we've expended funds that can't be returned, hitting targets for next December, and we're on schedule to hit that target as well if we keep going and keep moving. But what comes with that? Comes with disruption, comes with closures of streets, and not for nothing, something I feel very strongly about is the community does feel the impact of this construction around the town. But I also think it'll be worth it when we look back. When we look back for multiple generations of reducing flood risk to this area. And I think it's going to do a spectacular job once it's installed and we install it correctly. And we install it with good inspection, seeing it when we need to see it during the daylight. and inspect these systems so they'll last for a lifetime and more. That's my speech. I'm going to let Kim, my project manager, she's been with us since the 2014 NEPA document that we did together. And I'm going to let Jen take over because I could talk all night. And I want to thank you again for having us and the invite.
So Kim, can you give us your last name?
This is great. I'm Kim McAvoy with New Jersey DEP. I am the Bureau Chief overseeing the Rebuild by Design projects on behalf of DEP. I'm glad to be here tonight to give you a little overview of the northern and southern construction, specifically on Marin and 15th and Garden. But first, I want to go over just the coordination, communication to date, things that we strive to do with you as a community. We have biweekly touch base calls with Hoboken representatives to communicate and them to communicate to us on input on the project, where we are on schedule. We do have outreach that most recently we've engaged the City Council Traffic Subcommittee for each of these closures, presenting to them and getting their input. Hoboken stakeholder meetings, we've engaged with entities that are directly impacted by these closures to try to communicate traffic and access along with Jersey City stakeholders. So those are things that we currently do. We have those on our websites too, posted, so we can distribute information readily to the community. Some things we're committed to do better is communicate better. We can do better. We have signage. We are looking to implement at work zones to say why we're here. Why is your community? Why are you sitting in traffic for so long? What is the purpose of this? And what's going to come after this? What is it going to look like? So we're finalizing concepts for that. Harborside Park, we're implementing fence banners to show the community this is going to look better. There is a reason. And I think we can do better. We actually identified communication money to initiate this kind of communication, and it's not out of your construction budget. So this is a separate initiative. We have opened work zones, and we're committed to doing that to clean them up so there's better access for your community and the people that walk by this and see these structures. Traffic specifically, we have engaged MBI, Michael Baker International, to perform traffic studies. We're funding the effort. We're working with them on lessons learned from other closures. And we have weekly traffic meetings every Thursday. We meet with contractors. We meet with Jersey City and Hoboken PD. We meet with representatives to talk about lessons and to talk about future. So we're committed to doing all of these. And we're also scheduling an amenities meeting in which we can update the community on the design. What is it going to look like? And that's going to be an in-person meeting looking for August. Next slide, please. So why are we really here? This is a major street closures going on in your community. It is an inconvenience, and we're trying to lessen that. So we put this as a tentative schedule on major closures. So this is northern and southern. They're linear. We're never going to close more than a full closure of one street in the north and the south. So right now we started 15th and Garden this week. That's estimated 4 months. After that, in the north, we're going to go to Bloomfield. After that, we're looking to go to 14th Street. That is yet to be scheduled. We know what's scheduled into the fall of this year. Southern closures. We are looking next week to go to Marin Boulevard, the week of July 21st. That's estimated also 4 months. Then go to Grove Street, and then expected back to Jersey Avenue. Again, that hasn't been scheduled. That's in 2026. We will come back to you on that schedule to ensure that everybody's communicating. This does not account for smaller duration closures around the community, like a bike lane, like a corner, like a one lane, that we don't think are big traffic impacts. But there will be addition, and also it doesn't account for additional closures that might be needed for a final gate installation or final restoration. And that looks like weeks, not months, for those types of final amenities. Next slide. So the 15th Street planned closure, we actually have a full presentation on our website. We are in the second phase of this, which is closure 2, which started this week. This is a major construction. This is installing foundation and the rail system for the gate. This is one of the biggest gates in this community. It's being manufactured in North Dakota at this time and planned to be delivered in this area by September, October of this year. So that's a huge accomplishment. We will be coming back for a third closure. That will be more, like I said, more like weeks for final restoration and amenities. I just want to say also with this 15th and Garden schedule, we worked with our contractor to try to limit. Our contractor does not want to be there to have a full closure. It's not cost effective. It's not manpower wise. It's not efficient. So they looked at extending work hours in some of the construction that they can extend work hours, excavation, gate installation, restoration of roadways. So to do that, we would need a approval for a Hoboken, a waiver for the current noise ordinance. So we would need that from Hoboken to extend those work hours. On Marin, we are looking tentatively to start the week of July 21st. That is also a 4-month closure. Again, it's a massive construction project. It is the same as 15th and Garden. It's actually a little bit more intense. You have subsurface utilities. We have micropiles. We need to pour the monolithic concrete structure gate install. So those are all massive, very complex types of construction and coordination. This will only be a 2-phase closure. After this first, we'll looking to come back in summer 2026 for just final gate install and testing. On this Marin closure, we did look at synchronizing and coordinating with other entities because we knew Marin had to be closed for other projects. So what we did is we wanted to start this now because New Jersey Transit has their long slip project that they would close Marin, and Hoboken is looking to do a water system pressure mitigation project that would also require a closure of Marin. So those projects we're looking at to work concurrently, so we minimize future impacts for the community, and that's actually a great savings. Just to wrap it up, because I know I'm going a little long, we continue to coordinate. That's our initiative with the city, with Jersey City, Hoboken, and our partners. We will have public virtual meetings. We found it very valuable to go to this traffic subcommittee at each of these major closures to brief on what we're doing and then go to the community. And we'll continue to do that for these major closures. We're going to refine the schedule as the project moves forwards and coordinate with Hoboken on traffic, with MBI. What did we learn? How can we mitigate better? What can we do better moving forward? And also work zones. Educate the public. We have, what are you going to see at the end of this? Why are you sitting in traffic? It is inconvenient. And then, as I mentioned, the amenities, in-person meeting to update the community because not everybody has been here as long as we have. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kim. Council members?
Do we? So
Councilman
first,
Fisher?
what?
Councilwoman Fisher?
Thank you. First, thank you for doing that. I have been here since the beginning, since 2015. Even before I was on the council, I was on the CAG. What I would say is it's so helpful to just see that, like just being able to, I mean, it's frustrating, all the closures, but just being able to kind of sit and have a little bit of a view for the next 2 years on what to expect, even if it's not the exact dates, but just broadly so people can just put their head around it. It's what we asked, and we really appreciate it. The one thing I guess I both want to highlight as well as ask, Jimmy. He'll get there. One of the things I think we learned in this process was, we are racing to get this done because if the storm happens tomorrow, it would be terrible if Superstorm Sandy happens again. So the goal is to get it done so we're prepared as soon as possible. But I think one of the things that we kind of have learned in this process is it has felt like the project plan was really driven around efficiencies for the contractor and not the kind of interests of the city. And we've learned kind of that, I think, together, and I think we've corrected some of that. The early conversations with the last 15th Street closure just weren't as thoughtful about the residents. The early conversations on Jersey Avenue weren't as thoughtful about the residents. I think they're better. I think we've learned, we have a business in Southwest Hoboken that Ruben can talk about that's being impacted. We have, businesses on the north end that are being impacted. The parking garage lost 30% of its revenue the last time it closed, right? Like that's not, and my neighbors don't like the management of the parking garage, but still no one wants to see, a business close. But I just think we need to continue to be thoughtful on what we can do to support the businesses along the way, to support the neighbors along the way, and solve for the quality of life issues for the residents, and that should be first. So the ask, I would say, we know these two big projects right now are these monolithic pours. Totally sold me on it. There's a zero possibility while that's happening for you to go down to one lane. But as we talked about on the phone the other day, like the second that's done and you start doing like the surface level, just groundwork, repaving the street and doing the curbs, like that's when we want you to quickly go to one lane as quickly as possible. That may not be what the contractor wants, but that's what we see everywhere. Whenever a road, even when the city does it, when we mill and pave one half of the street, then we move to the other half of the street. We don't shut our streets down just because a contractor, it's more efficient for them. So I'll implore you to, as we get closer, to really just force the contractor to do those, closing one side when we know it definitely is possible. But when it's not possible, we won't ask you to do it when it's not possible, but we'll kind of demand that you do it when it is possible. So, but thank you. Hopefully the public got, some good information out of this.
I want to thank you for that input. And we're going to keep that under advisement every day.
Yeah. Thanks, Dennis.
Great. Council members?
Appreciate the presentation.
Yeah. Councilman Cohen, did you?
Just very briefly, I want to also thank you for the presentation. I also want to emphasize the importance of using the funding that we have and hitting the milestones. And Dennis, you referenced it. I think it's critical. We see what's happening out of Washington. We don't want to be in a situation where we have money available for this to forever protect our community. For those of us who lived through Superstorm Sandy in 2012, we never want to experience that again. And when this is complete, we won't. So for all our businesses, for all the inconvenience that we're dealing with, thank you for the heads up. Thank you for the timeline, for showing us what we can expect. But ultimately, thank you for the work, because this community is going to be prepared, and your leadership and efforts on this is hugely important. So thank you.
Council President, can I just ask a related question? We have a resolution for a noise waiver on here relating to rebuild by design. It's both 15th Street and Marin. Is it possible to vote on that and have that discussion just while they're here? Or no? You can say no, but...
Well, you want to suspend the agenda
Yeah.
for...
It is the
It would
resolution...
be CA. There are 3 noise ordinance.
Yeah, it's just the one for
CA3.
CA3. The other two are for Elcor.
Mr. President, can I just make a comment while she's going?
Yeah.
Yeah. I think one thing that we're in the box, right? We live it every day. You guys are involved with it every day. Although we had meetings over the last 12 years leading up to this process, we can't assume that everyone that lives in Hoboken was in that box with us.
Right.
So the one thing that I really appreciate, what you said there, is the signage that's going up why we're doing this, because people moved into Hoboken the last 2 years that had no clue that this has been going on for the past 13-year process that we've been going through since 2013, 2014, and onwards with this. So I think that's the most important thing that we want to put out. That's why we asked you to come here tonight. This presentation wasn't for us so much because you hear our frustrations when we have those meetings, but for the public so they can understand the where, the why, and the how we're doing it, but definitely the sensitivity towards we're living in that box and we're paying attention every single day, but they're not. And they're just thinking, waking up for the first time when they saw Jersey Avenue closed, no matter how many nixels we send out, how many emails we send out, they're going to work, they're taking care of their kids, they're relying on us to worry about those things. When they see it closed, it's like, whoa, what's going on here? So we have to get out and include everyone, get them all in that box as much as we can. So that one slide that I appreciate is the more outreach as to the why, the where, the how we're doing this. So let's emphasize that as we go through this a little bit more.
Councilman, I learned that from you, though. We heard this community feeding this back to us, and we heard it from Mayor Bala, and we heard it from the administration. This reaction was not, I like to dig. I think what we heard was that we need to tell a better story while we're digging, and I think we can do both, and I think we can do it better. And I think Kim and I both agree that the feedback you gave us has given us the impetus for some of the signs you're starting to see and what you'll be seeing this fall. And my Assistant Commissioner Moriarty is fully endorsing it, and she's asked me to give her an update on how we're telling that story. So I want to thank you very much for bringing that up, and I wanted to thank the administration and this council for pushing us to do better.
Do you have those big signs that have a pretty picture on it with a gate that say, what'd you say? Like a flooding project, DEP. Do you have those where people can see them where they're sitting in traffic? You know what I mean?
So, yeah, we have, actually, we're getting signs delivered this Friday.
Oh, great.
For the area around 15th and Harborside.
Mm-hmm.
So that's kind of our first. And then we're developing the other ones for the other, like Marin and such,
Right.
and the other work zones. So, and also we're looking at signage like A-frames that businesses are open.
Yeah.
Please during construction. So hearing that input from talking to both of you and understanding there is a need to communicate that aspect also.
Great.
Councilwoman Fisher, rather than closing this down, opening public comment on resolutions, closing it, coming back to this, do you have a question for them about the noise?
And I'm happy, just because they're here, I talked briefly with Dennis and Director Gonzalez. So the DEP is asking for a noise waiver, and we've had multiple conversations. It's a little different when it's Southwest Hoboken versus 15th and Garden, just because 15th and Garden has a lot of residents that live right on top of it. Southwest Hoboken, where the work is, it's a little bit removed from Hoboken residents. But what they're asking for is, and the reason they're asking for a noise waiver is to be able to work longer hours to get the project done quicker. So we're trading off the disruption to the broader community for more disruption for the neighbors in that neighborhood. And most of my neighbors ask for that. But that being said, there's sensitivity. So the request is for 7 a.m. to 11 p.m. Monday through Friday. I'm just going to say it first. 7 a.m. to 11 p.m. Monday through Friday, just during the 15th Street closure on both Saturday and Sunday from 7 a.m. to 4 p.m. And that is their regular construction between Bloomfield, on 15th between Bloomfield and Park. Then they also are asking for a waiver for Park Avenue and 15th to do overnight work and potentially select weekend work. That actually is in the intersection, and it's a main intersection. It's not going to be that extensive of work. It's just when they need to do it. So that's what the noise ordinance is. What I've requested is that no jackhammering, no pile driving, no noise like a jackhammering, and no reverse alarms occur before 8 a.m. or after 10 p.m. in there, because my neighbors will lose their mind if they're woken up, and kids, et cetera, woken up at 7 in the morning with jackhammering. That just isn't acceptable. So, and you guys said you thought it was okay, Dennis, putting you on the spot, and Jen said. So it's not in there, so I just want to get them to be okay with it, and then we'll vote later.
Okay.
All right?
So in response to your request, we've proposed amended language to the resolution that would say significant noise-producing activities such as jackhammering, pile driving, and federally mandated reverse vehicle beeps are not permitted on 15th Street between Park Avenue and Bloomfield Street between the hours of 7 a.m. and 8 a.m. and 10 p.m. and 11 p.m.
That's good.
Is that acceptable?
Yeah, that's good.
Fantastic.
Awesome.
Can I ask a question?
Dennis, if you're assenting to that, you could speak into the microphone, or are you thinking about it, or could you speak into the microphone?
I need the extra hours. It's up to you to keep me on, give me the opportunity to keep working and reduce that work zone.
Yeah.
I don't think it's going to happen. I don't think it's going to be a problem. And I think it's fine.
And also, the overnight and weekend work requires BA approval, notice and approval 48 hours in advance, and stakeholders. So that
Councilman
benefit as
President.
well.
Question for you guys. From an insurance perspective, I've worked with construction sites. You have to have the beeping on those trucks going. I think it's a liability issue. So I agree with Councilwoman Fisher. However, I don't know if you can do that legally.
I don't think we can turn them off. And
Correct.
I'm struggling with that one myself,
I'm
especially
just
moving
asking
trucks
the
in
question.
position.
Back up.
Just don't back
You
up.
can only go forward and left turns.
You have it before 9 right now.
Driving a circle.
No,
That's
I
the question
appreciate
I
that.
want.
I was thinking jackhammers in the backups. What?
You know what? But the different, I totally hear you. However, this is literally 2 residential buildings directly on top of this site, and it's just not okay.
Well, you can't trump state law. But
We're not, no, that's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying they can't back up their trucks before 8
I
o'clock.
won't be able to disable the feature.
Not asking you to, just don't back up your trucks.
for right there.
What it comes down to is the DEP will have to comply with the noise ordinance, which means not operating
Right.
those
And-
vehicles or
When
doing
driving
those
circles, not back
construction
up.
activities during that time period. You can do other things, but not
Plenty of
that.
things.
Right, and that has implications maybe on timing. So that's
I
fine.
think that we understand. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay,
Thanks.
great. So are we good to go?
Yep.
All right,
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
I want to thank you again for the invite, and I'm happy to come anytime.
Thank you. Okay, so moving on to the ordinances, second readings on ordinances. As I mentioned a moment ago, B 783 we're not going to have a hearing on that tonight because it's not up for a second reading. So Adrian Orozco and Cheryl Fallick, you both signed up for B 783. So we're not going to be having a hearing on it. So August 20th for each of you. And Cheryl, you signed up for other matters, but Adrian.
And he did too. He's 780.
Adrian did too.
Oh, you.
signed up for
Oh, okay. All right, that's fine. So we'll start at the top. We're going to start with amendments to Hoboken Code, City Code, Chapter 154, rental housing, warehousing, to clarify the city's ability to conduct inspections. And this is B777. And the first, Cheryl Fallick, you signed up for this.
Before the end of tonight, I'm going to feel like Manny. I rise to speak in support of this ordinance, an ordinance that marks an important step forward in enforcing Hoboken's long-standing but long-ignored anti-warehousing laws. First and foremost, I want to thank the residents of Marine View for their tireless efforts. It was your organizing, your presence, and your refusal to be dismissed that forced the city to finally pay attention to the warehousing that's been happening in plain sight. You made this ordinance possible, and the entire city owes you a debt of gratitude. This is not new law. This is an update of existing legislation that has, quite frankly, been ignored for years. Sadly, the city has failed to enforce what was already on the books, allowing landlords to keep rent-controlled units vacant or unrented, sometimes for years. What makes this amendment especially meaningful is that it adds teeth to the original law. Specifically, it adds a crucial enforcement mechanism by requiring property owners to provide city inspections with access to units. This may sound like a small change, but it's foundational to ensuring the anti-warehousing positions are not just symbolic. This legislation rightly affirms that landlords cannot simply sit on vacant units indefinitely, especially in a city where housing is scarce, rents are sky high, and tenants are increasingly vulnerable. But while I applaud the overall intent and direction of this ordinance, I do have some minor concerns that I hope the council will address tonight and moving forward. A key change in this ordinance is the transfer of oversight responsibilities from the Rent Leveling Board that historically held public hearings to one city employee with no public oversight or input. This may have been done with the sincere goal of streamlining the process, and I recognize the value of reducing bureaucratic delays, but removing public oversight is problematic. Transparency is not just a procedural luxury, it's a guardrail, and heaven knows administration of our rent stabilization laws need transparency. So I ask the council, with the Rent Leveling Board no longer reviewing waiver requests, how will the public be able to hold landlords and city agencies accountable? What mechanisms are in place to ensure that this does not become a black hole? I also want to raise a broader concern about implementation. There is a legitimate worry that this ordinance may be aimed at placating voters where organizing has been strong while leaving tenants elsewhere in Hoboken behind. Warehousing is not limited to one building or one ward. All across the city, we are told that landlords letting units sit vacant when tenants leave. This leaves remaining tenants in those buildings increasingly isolated and exposed. We need assurances, and I mean clear, public, on-the-record assurances that this ordinance will be enforced citywide, that all landlords will be subject to the same scrutiny, that this isn't performative gesture limited to one constituency. And finally, I ask whether the city or the sponsors of this ordinance gave any consideration to the thoughtful suggestions submitted by Mike Evers. His proposals strike a reasonable balance between administrative efficiency and transparency. One, require landlords to make vacancy extension requests online, creating a flaggable record. Two, automatically forward information to the Rent Leveling Board and include that information as part of the hearing documents. And three, empower the board to hold hearings when irregularities arise. Such processes would preserve public oversight without adding delay. I encourage the council to review those recommendations, and I'd welcome any indication tonight that they will be expeditiously considered for incorporation. In closing, I support this ordinance fully, presuming it will be comprehensive, transparent, and importantly, a citywide effort to end warehousing in Hoboken. I look forward to hearing answers to the questions I've posed in advance of tonight's vote. Let's get it right, and let's get it right for everyone. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Michael Evers.
Michael Evers. Do I have good legs or what? You like that? Okay. I emailed Paul about this a while ago, and I'm basically echoing Cheryl's concern. As somebody who deals with city regulations here and in other municipalities, I think that just letting the landlord apply to the housing department, assuming they can ever get their website to work properly, is great, because that's so much more efficient than having to, for a simple, fairly routine procedure, which is you want your apartment vacant so you can fix it up or whatever. That's perfectly good. But the problem is, and as I mentioned to you, Paul, and I'm a little bit disappointed there weren't any safeguards put in, who's watching the watchers? I mean, I know Vanessa, who would be in charge of this immediately, but Vanessa's not immortal, okay? It is not beyond the realm of imagination that someday, as remote as that possibility might be, there might be a corrupt municipal employee. We agree that's possible, however small the probability. And there is no safeguard for stopping warehousing of apartments. And quite honestly, let's face it, there's warehousing going on. This is not like an unusual thing. There's warehousing going on right now. The other problem with it is, and again, speaking of the human factor, some of these people who warehouse apartments are tough customers. Okay, and you have now inadvertently put one individual on the receiving end of tough customers. Now, we should say, well, too bad. I mean, you take the job, you should, do the heavy lifting, but I think we all know that doesn't happen a lot. So in addition to the fact that I think you need to watch the watchers, have some oversight, the suggestion in this case was that all applications be put into the minutes of the rent control board. Okay, they don't have to act on it. It just needs to be reported so it becomes a matter of the public record that the public can pay attention to. If you put that in there, that would do two things. One, it gives us somebody who's watching the watchers. And two, it takes the pressure off the municipal official. It removes the fear of retribution because they're in a position to say, look, this is a matter of the public record. I have to do what I have to do. So I would suggest that you give some thought to modifying this resolution, either after it's passed or now, okay, to provide those safeguards, because all you're going to do otherwise is create another such opportunity for abuse, and you're not going to address the problem of stopping warehousing. But thank you.
Thanks, Mike. Thank you, Mr. Evers. Patricia Waiters, B777.
Patricia Waiters, 15 Church Towers. I want to know who's going to be watching the watcher, and I'm just going to give a small scenario. With the rent, when you say, I'm talking about the HHA. Every time I come up here and you say it's not you with Section 8, I brought the real legislation. I'm fumbling through papers there, but I went to Trenton myself. In Housing Authority, who authorized them to charge those people? Wait, let me finish. Okay. To charge those rents, because you said that they can, this legislation here that you're trying to put forward, this will manage and show you for the warehouse and apartments and all of this other stuff. I want to say this. My mother lived in Housing Authority since 1962, right? You keep saying, well, if the person deceased or die or leave, the new person that come there, well, can have their rent increased or whatever. Now I've been talking to a few tenants, some of them paying $2,900. I brought my rent receipts from the tenants. I don't want to give names to protect the innocent. $2,900 and something for a Housing Authority apartment. Don't take it wrong because I'm saying Housing Authority. What I'm saying, I brought the legislation from the Housing and Urban Development, federal legislation from HUD, and I have it here if anybody want copies. Where is all of that money going? Now, the lady said to me, well, they said I'm paying flat rent. What the hell is flat rent in Hoboken nowadays? Okay? So could you imagine all of those units where they telling people the flat rent, like when my mother was there, the flat rent was you can't charge more than $850 for a 3-bedroom, $750 for a 2-bedroom, and so on. But my thing is, you are charging these people all of this money. Okay, they millions of dollars in a hole for PPPs, that rent protection, because I'm in court with all of them. They almost paying $3,000. I can't find legislation nowhere pertaining to that. And don't blame Camilo Garcia, please. I went from back when the other managers was there before Camilo. Will that be controlled? Because they warehouse apartments there too and been selling them to the yuppies that don't know no better. I want to know, when you keep saying you're going to watch the list and houses being, I live in Church Towers, yeah, I'm coming at you next. I've been doing it intentionally, telling people to apply because I know there's units there, okay? So when you put this on the agenda and say you're going to be monitoring the list or asking for an increase in this and that and seeing who warehouse an apartment, if it's election time and it's one of your buddies and money being passed under the table, lies, lies, and more lies. But this is serious. I want you to look into the housing authority, all the units. I have everything here for you tonight, and see why they charging those people that kind of money for those apartments. And they said, according to the young ladies and two gentlemen, they told them that's flat rent. You can either pay flat rent or the 30%, and they chose flat rent, which was good back in the 70s and 80s. Who changed it, and when was it changed? And it wasn't Vanessa, and don't blame Carmelo. Thank you. I want answers.
Thank you, Ms. Waiters. Manuel Rivera Soler, B777. The warehousing ordinance.
Good evening. Good evening, Council President, members of the council, members of the public. I guess my reputation precedes me, but I will try to be a little bit more concise this evening. Council President, the question would be that members of the public would be concerned, or at least more interested in, is, as was mentioned before by the prior speakers, which were very concise and with a lot of detail, what they had discussed with you. I want to know, and I guess many members of the public, is what are the consequences? What are the teeth that this new amendment is going to have? What triggers the inspection? Is it an inspection that's going to be done anonymously, meaning a spur of the moment without the property owners being aware that they're going to be inspected at a certain time determined by you or by the person who is going to be conducting the inspections? And again, who does the inspections? Who has the authority to go into private property and do this? These are just questions. They might some be legal. They might some be for the benefit of the city not seeing itself in legal jeopardy. But those would be the questions. Again, I limited to that because, again, prior members of the public were more concise in their description. So again, what are the consequences? What are the teeth to this new amendment, or to change the change in this amendment, Council President? If you can help members of the public understand that. And again, who is the one who is going to do the inspections, and to whom do they answer to? I have one more. And is the person in charge of the inspections, do they have to go through the building property agent? Those would be the questions, Council President. And again, if you could answer any of mine or any of the concerns of the fellow members of the public, I'm sure we would all appreciate it. Thank you once again.
Thank you, Mr. Manuel Rivera Soler. That's it for members of the public on this ordinance.
Motion to close public portion.
Second. All those in favor?
Aye.
President Doyle?
Councilman Presenzano?
This is, since the Marine View Plaza issue in the beginning of the year, while the mayor and I don't always see eye to eye, I think it should be very important to say this to everyone here, that the mayor has worked together with me and everyone in the council, and we've done this together. There has been things brought to his attention. They've taken a little longer due to some snafus. However, we were dotting our I's and crossing our T's. As far as oversight, it can happen, but this is a positive step forward. So I think we have to first start here, and then we could build upon it. We can add things. But right now, it is on here. Individuals can put complaints in, and then that sometimes will trigger some of the inspections. That'll be done by the Office of Housing or their designee, and fines, Manny, will be anywhere from $100 to $500, up to $500 per day. So there is some things in there. But I do want to say that this whole council worked on this together. This should have been passed, or it may pass, it should pass. I'm voting yes for it at the last meeting, but due to a newspaper glitch, that has come about. But I do want to say that the newly formed Marine View Plaza Tenant Association, I'll nickname it, I don't know if that's the exact name of it, but they had reached out to all of us with some things for us to address. And we did just that. So with the work of the mayor and with everybody on this council, we got to a positive thing, and all politics were put aside on this. So I want to make that clear to everybody here, that this was everyone up here in front of you working together to get this done. And anybody that has any tweaks or additions to this, we are always open to listen. This is a very unique property that maybe in the state, that a lot of things haven't happened with this. So this was a little bit of, we had to feel around in the dark a little bit, and there was some, a lot of questions that went back and forth with some people more knowledgeable on the topic. But again, I'm happy with the outcome, and I'd like to thank Mayor Bala for his support and his open ear to anytime I called him to offer suggestions.
Council President.
Councilman Cohen?
Thank you, Council President. I just want to kind of put a point on what it is this amendment is the problem that that is hopefully going to solve. Warehousing units where an owner, for whatever the reason, maybe they think they're going to go condo one day, maybe they think that the law is going to change in a way that maybe they don't have to be subject to rent control, rather than rent out those units at affordable or below market rates, they're going to take their chance and leave it vacant and hope that one day they're going to be able to get market rates out of these units, depriving our community of affordable or below market rentals. There was a loophole that came out, and Councilman Presenzano talked about Marine View, but I think that this is something, obviously it applies citywide to all buildings. I want to make that clear. This is not targeting any single building, but the experience in this building put a point on the issue. And the issue is that it's one thing, we have a relatively small division of housing, not that many people working in it, and they're working really hard and responsible for a lot of units. And when they make an appointment to inspect a building to determine whether there are apartments that are warehoused or not, that's an important inspection for them to determine whether that property owner is illegally and wrongfully taking units that could be rented and keeping them off the housing market. So when time comes for the inspection, the property owner says, I got a cold today, it's raining, there's mud on the street, let's reschedule. And there was no way that the city had the ability to address the failure of the property owner to make these apartments available for inspection. This changes that. This requires that I'm just going to read from this. Failure to accommodate or allow the inspection shall constitute a separate violation of this chapter for each unit, not each building, for each unit where an inspection has been requested, and the property owner shall be subject to penalties described as Councilman Presenzano described them. So this loophole is closing. And I think this is an important thing. We'll see how it operates. We'll see how it works. Could it be done better? We don't know. But this is new. But this is a tool that the city requested. Mayor Bala, Division of Housing, saw this as a problem. Clearly, the tenants of Marine View Plaza believe that there are many warehouse units in that building that should be available to rent. And this is going to give the city a much-needed tool to enforce the law on warehousing. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you, Councilman Cohen. Councilman Quintero?
Thank you, Council President, for remembering my name.
I pronounced it correctly, too.
Just to add on to the comments already, this has really been a collaborative effort for citywide, starting with the Marine View residents, moving over to the various housing advocate groups within the city, and it's really a collaborative effort, so I agree with all those comments. Just to add a little bit more on what this also does, and I've said throughout my term here that One, we all acknowledge that we're in a housing crisis. Housing affordability is an issue throughout the United States, especially in the Northeast, especially in New Jersey, especially in Hoboken. And there's a couple ways to solve for that. One material way is what we've done significantly here in town is some pricing controls where we can, right? Rent control, the controls associated with our public housing agencies. But the other one is volume. It's a supply and demand issue. We often think of development and building affordable housing as one of those solutions, and it certainly is, and I'm supportive of that in the right circumstances. The other is making sure that all our available supply that exists is on the market. If these things are on the market, then it adds to our volume, it adds to our supply, and it can have a downward effect on the prices, which is good. As Councilman Cohen had noted, often landlords, when they're looking at their investment, they do the mental calculation that if they hold on to a place vacant just for 1 or 2 months or 3 months extra, they can reap enhanced rewards by way of higher rents. But that keeps stock lower than it needs to be, than it should be. These are not regular investments. This is not a stock certificate. This is somebody's home or somebody's potential home. So what we're doing today is giving our administration a little bit more teeth to be able to make sure that our existing supply is what it should be. I'll be supporting this, and I expect all my colleagues will as well.
Council President?
Thank you very much, Councilman Quintero and Councilman Russo. You're next.
Quickly, if I remember correctly, talking about watching the watchers, in the rent control law itself, all decisions by the rent leveling officer are subject to appeal by the board.
To the board.
To the board, excuse me.
Yeah.
This not necessarily being a rent control issue, there probably has to be, that would probably have to be included somewhere. Corporation counsel, can you, and of course I don't expect you to do it right now, but could you just look into that to see that we could extend that same provision to the warehousing provision? Because I think that solves the issue, and I think it does it pretty quickly and easily. Just noting that any decisions made in the housing office have the ability to be appealed to the board.
It says, Councilman Russo, it says on filing complaints, it says any civic organization or, units, any individual affected by action or inaction of an owner of a dwelling unit subject to the provision of this chapter. Any civic organization or any appropriate municipal agency may file a complaint of violation of this chapter with the Hoboken Municipal Court. I don't know if that supersedes and they go right to court on it.
Yeah,
but I'll just...
It may, and I think the concern, and I don't want to put words into anyone's mouth, but I think the concern was if we're going to kind of shift that to a department, what's kind of that first level of appeal rather than going right to court? Because there's a lot more money involved going to court, hiring an attorney, so on and so forth. So, and again, I don't have the immediate answer, but I think it's something worth looking into so that we could see if we could just have that same provision.
Well, actually, and I should point out that one of the reasons why it was moved to the Division of Housing from the rent board is because Section 154 in the code it doesn't have anything to do with rent. So that was the reason it was proffered as, but it's something that we can look at.
It's ripe for discussion.
Yep.
Is all I'm saying. I appreciate it.
Okay, all right. Mr. Farina, please call the vote.
Excuse me, Mr. Cohn?
Aye.
Ms. Fisher?
Yes.
Mr. Jabor?
Yes.
President Zano?
Aye.
Mr. Quintero?
Aye.
Mr. Ramos?
Aye.
Mr. Russo?
Aye.
President Doyle?
Aye. The next is amendment to Hoboken City Code, Section 155-2.1, transition from rent regulation by preempting governmental agency to regulation of this chapter to clarify the calculation of base rent. No members of the subject have signed up. I take it back. I'm sorry.
It's right on there.
You actually didn't, but you're welcome to speak.
Okay, so who gets the calculation? Where do you get your calculations? That's what I asked earlier. Where do the calculations come from? You just said in this ordinance.
the code sets out how the initial rent back in time is the first and acceptable
About
rent.
1978, right?
Yes, 1973, but yep. And then over time, there are allowable increases, tax surcharges, utility surcharges.
What I'm concerned about now, and I know it's not a lot of money.
You just keep adding over
All right,
many,
over
many
every
years.
year. I got an example. For the people that just moved in 770 2 or 3 years ago, every year they was getting $100 increase. That's what you mean by language?
If the Division of Housing looks at those increases and verifies that done properly. So if they were done properly and the Division of Housing approved them, then they were appropriate. If
Well,
they-
Mike is a commissioner. He sits on the board. We reached out to Kelly Peterson, which is over HUD for your area. Okay? So who control those rents?
We don't, our rent
Y'all have
code does not
nothing to
apply
do-
to the Housing Authority because that's under a federal program. So
Okay, so church towers, clock towers, Marine View, your board applies to them, right?
those are all under HUD.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Manuel Rivera Soler, I missed you on the list as well. Manny?
I think Ernest is coming instead.
Sorry, I missed the sign up before. My name is Ernest Boyd,
you
Marine View
Manuel?
Plaza. Sorry.
Ernest wrote on the, I think he wrote on the.
No, I didn't. I missed it earlier.
Okay.
Sorry.
Well, all right. Is it okay if he?
He
Yeah,
he
thank
did let me go. This again is Marine View Plaza, and I just want to explain to everyone here. This is not just for Marine View. This is for anyone in the city who's coming off of a pilot program. So, I live in Marine View Plaza. I don't pay the surcharge. So this doesn't affect me personally, but it does affect many families who have to pay an extra $300, $400, $500 a month. And we believe that it didn't adhere to the letter of the law to include the surcharge in the base rent when we do one day move into rent regulation. So that's why we have brought this to like you all, because there seemed to be something that just didn't add up. And we have a base rent, and then again, it did not affect me, but when folks did have to pay a surcharge, it was an extra line item. So we believe that it should not be part of the
And
base
that's what
rent
this ordinance
moving
does.
forward. Yeah, I just
Okay,
wanted to
you're
explain
helping
that
the
to
public.
folks.
Okay, thank you.
I'm being real quick
No,
about
no,
it.
you-
I just wanted to make sure that folks in Hoboken don't think it's just for Marine View Plaza. It's for everybody who's coming off of this program. Thank you.
Thank you, Ernest. Now I've got to get your name. Manuel Rivera Soler.
You gave up your time, Manny. That's it.
Yeah, man,
You want me to yield back? I'll yield back in 2 seconds. Council President, all I would like to ask on behalf of members of the public, and I appreciate the clarifications of the previous member of the public, but what are the significant changes? Can you clarify them for members of the public? Is it redundancies that are being changed? Is it loopholes, as was mentioned in an earlier amendment? But can members of the public just have a better clarification, because it seems like some of us are a little bit confused and we are not clear on what the amendment B77 is going to clarify and amend. So that would be greatly appreciated.
B778.
Pardon me, B778.
And I believe Mr. Boyd explained it pretty well, but
Council President, if I may, I thank the member of the public, but I would appreciate council members if they could help members of the public understand. Thank you.
Yep.
I yield back.
So B778, as an example, there have been at some buildings that are not currently or that were not subject to rent control, had other types of charges, such as, for example, an income surcharge at Marine View. And when Marine View transitions to the rent control code, there is no allowed income surcharge at Marine View under our rent code. So that payment that currently under the program that was in place at Marine View. Payments were being made. Those payments no longer have to be made to the landlord because our rent control law does not allow those to be charged to the tenants. So that's what this does. It's
Right. And I would add that the ordinance is retroactive to the beginning of the year, January 1, 2025.
okay.
That's what it says.
All right. So no other members of the public have signed up to speak on B778?
Motion to close public portion.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Mr. Farina, please call the vote.
Mr. Cohn?
Aye.
Ms. Fisher?
Yes.
Mrs. Jabour?
Yes.
Mr. Presidano?
Aye.
Mr. Quintero?
Aye.
Mr. Ramos?
Aye.
Mr. Russo?
Aye.
President Doyle.
Aye. An ordinance amending Chapter 192, Section 192-4A to add restricted parking spaces for persons with disabilities. This is B779. No members of the public have signed up to speak on this ordinance.
Motion to close public portion.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Mr. Farina, please call the vote.
Mr. Cohn?
Aye.
Fisher?
Yes.
Mrs. Jabour?
Yes.
President Jano? Mr. Quintero?
Aye.
Mr. Ramos?
Aye.
Mr. Russo?
Aye.
President Doyle.
Aye. An ordinance amending Chapter 179A, Article 1, Section 179A-20 of the Hoboken City Code to adjust taxi cab fares. This is B780. One member of the public has signed up, Mr. Rivera Soler.
Thank you, Council President. Manuel Rivera Soler, 6th Ward. Just want to let you know, Council President, I have a brief question. Would just like to know if members of the public could understand, when you say adjustment of taxi or tax fares, now, obviously, you're making an adjustment that is going up, I believe, or is it a procedural clerical thing for the actual owners and drivers of these cabs? Can members of the public just have that information, and what will be those new adjustments rates? And I will yield back.
Thank you. Councilwoman Jabour.
So to answer your question, this adjusts the taxi fare rate from $8 if it's a shared ride, from $7 to $8 if it's a shared ride, and from $8 to $10 for an individual fare. It also then creates an adjustment so that over time, there's actually a 3% or CPI increase each year. You may recall there was a meeting when the taxi drivers, several came to basically petition us and ask that they be able to adjust their fares in order to stay competitive with some of the other rates that are being charged by other rideshare providers. This increase hasn't taken place in a number of years. I'd have to look back exactly to when. But
When you said joint shares were 8 and individual were 10, do you mean the other way around?
it's going from an increase from $7 to $8 as long as it's a shared ride from the terminal. Because oftentimes, correct. Because oftentimes they'll put multiple, correct. Yes, so if you do a shared ride from the terminal into the city, often you get that sort of cheaper rate. But if you get picked up anywhere else, it's adjusting from the flat $8 up to $10.
Thank you for that clarification.
Sure.
No other members of the public have signed up to speak?
Motion closed public portion.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Mr. Farina, please call the vote.
Mr. Cohn?
Aye.
Ms. Fisher?
Yes.
Mrs. Jabour?
Yes.
President Jano?
Aye.
Mr. Quintero?
Aye.
Mr. Ramos?
Aye.
Mr. Russo?
Aye.
President Doyle.
Aye. Ordinance amending and supplementing Chapter 158, paren rent control increases, close paren of the Hoboken City Code by adding a new section 158-2 entitled Prohibition Against Algorithmic Rent Fixing in the Rental Housing Market. This is B781. Adrian Orozco. He's taller than that.
Council President Doyle, members of the council, thanks for the opportunity to speak tonight and strong support of this ordinance. Thank you to the entire council for voting to place it on tonight's agenda. I'd also like to thank Councilman Cohen and Quintero for raising the issue, and Assemblywoman Lopez and Senator Gopal for championing this at the state level. This is a straightforward and urgent measure. It simply affirms that landlords and developers who benefit from our city's booming housing market cannot collude to fix prices and push rents higher through the use of so-called rent-setting algorithms. Here's what we know. Companies like RealPage and Yardi Systems have sold a software service to landlords and property managers under the promise that they can outperform the market by coordinating rent increases. These aren't just recommendations. They're a roadmap for collective price hikes, and they're enforced through real-time data sharing among companies and competitors. It's no accident that RealPage advertises the ability to raise rents. In fact, one executive claimed the software could drive double-digit rent hikes, something that, in his own words, quote, very few managers would be willing to do manually. This is not innovation, it's exploitation, and it's exactly what antitrust law was designed to prevent. As we speak, RealPage and many of the landlords using this software are being sued in class actions in federal court by the DOJ, and most recently, right here by New Jersey Attorney General Matt Platkin. That lawsuit names several major Hudson County landlords, including Kushner Real Estate, Graystar, Bazzuto, and others. These are not fringe actors, they're major players in our city's housing market. Attorney General Platkin put it bluntly. The defendants in this case unlawfully lined their pockets at the expense of New Jersey renters, and he's right. Renters in this area have seen a 50% increase in rents since 2015. That's not a coincidence. It's the result of unchecked profiteering, and workers, including the ones that we represent at 32BJ, are among those being squeezed hardest. SCIU 32BJ represents the doormen, concierge, cleaners, and security officers who keep these buildings running. They don't get to use algorithms to negotiate higher wages. Many of them already struggle to afford to live in the city they work in, and artificially inflated rents make that even harder. This ordinance would clarify what should already be obvious. Landlords cannot coordinate through software to fix prices and undermine fair competition in the housing market. It's a common sense, pro-tenant, pro-worker reform. It's so common sense that several cities across the country have already passed similar ordinances. We urge the council to send a clear message that rent gouging has no place in Hoboken. Stand with renters, stand with working class families, stand with communities. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Ron Bautista.
Are you going to say I'm shorter than that? Hi, everyone. My name is Ron Bautista. I'm a tenant in Hoboken. I've done a lot of advocacy work. I am a member of Hoboken United Tenants, although, just full disclosure, I'm not speaking on behalf of them. And I'm here to speak in favor of this ordinance. I think it's important to prohibit this algorithmic rent price gouging, rent price fixing, rent price collusion. During the referendum that we went through last year, the corporate landlord lobbyist, he was saying, tenants should really be able to negotiate the rent prices with their landlords. And we laughed because we're like, when was the last time you saw a tenant saying, no, I'm not going to pay $3,000. I'm going to pay $2,000 for the rent. And then there was a landlord that during that referendum, we had a long conversation. Long story short, he said, I want to charge as much as possible for my rent. That means that they want to go as high as possible. And they also say, whatever the market bears, we should be able to do that. And then we also think of how many families struggle in Hoboken to do just that. During the weekend, I bumped into some neighbors from the Jordan, and they're struggling. They're afraid that they're going to get displaced. And the referendum, although it was to protect tenants around rent control, protect tenants about displacement, it was really about protecting neighbors. And that meant that there was, and with the 72% of the vote that went and said, we are going to protect neighbors and voted no in that referendum, basically, we showed that there was neighbor solidarity, no matter whether you're in rent control or not. And this is what we're trying to do with this ordinance. We're trying to say that that there shouldn't be that kind of collusion, because then that market piece, it's not real. There is no that competition. You can talk about supply, but when there is an algorithmic rent-fixing app that is doing these kind of things, when there's class action lawsuits that are happening, I know many of the advocates that are on board on that end, when you have the Attorney General in New Jersey do the same thing, there is that buildup, and I think that there's this opportunity at the local level to get ahead, because those lawsuits take time. The state takes time to act on this, but you have the opportunity to act tonight, and we hope that you feel the support from tenants and that you're able to move forward with this. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Kevin Weller.
Good evening. Glad to be back. My name is Kevin Weller, and I am a renter from Jersey City. I live at the now nationally famous Portside Towers. My landlord, Equity Residential, also has rental units here in Hoboken. In 2022, they raised my rent by over $1,500 per month. That single increase may turn out to be the most expensive in history for my landlord and the entire real estate industry. This wasn't just happening to me. My neighbors were hit with increases of over 30, 40%. The excuse? We were told things like the software took empathy out of the equation, and that the local office no longer had the power to do anything about the rental rates. The message was essentially, the software made us do it. Pay up or we will simply replace you. That isn't a free market. That's more like a shakedown. The New Jersey Attorney General lawsuit states that a key part of the scheme is to deliberately keep units vacant to create artificial scarcity, all while sharing non-public data. In 2023, I was the first, and I believe still the only, New Jersey renter to file a national lawsuit against what my legal team described as a price-fixing cartel. That case has since been consolidated in what has become the largest real estate antitrust class action case in American history. While the federal courts handle that case, you, this council, can act tonight. You can decide that this scheme has no place in Hoboken. This is not a fringe issue. This fight has triggered an FBI raid in Georgia, drawn a formal statement of interest from the Department of Justice, and has the support of state attorneys general across the country. But let me shift the focus for a moment to something that's less controversial. Trump's big, beautiful bill. When the landlord lobby recently tried to get a lifeline in that bill that would have banned cities like Hoboken from regulating these algorithms, on July 1st, just last week, the United States Senate voted it down, not the bill, but this provision, 99-1. Let that sink in. The one thing the United States, or Washington, D.C., that unites Washington, D.C., is the belief that your right, your power to protect the residents from this scheme must be preserved. I commend you for introducing this ban. It is a vital first step. I urge you to pass it tonight. But don't stop there. An unenforceable law is an empty promise. You must immediately follow up by introducing companion ordinances to give this law the power it needs to actually work. Mm-hmm. And now with the United States Senate vote on your side, it's time to take bold action that will make this ban actually accomplish what you mean it to. First, mandate a tenant-facing certification. Require every landlord to provide a written certification with every lease and renewal, attesting under penalty of law that their rent was set in compliance with this ban. A false certification is fraud, a clear violation that empowers every single renter in Hoboken to be an enforcer. Second, create real penalties with personal accountability. Amend the ordinance to include minimum fines, which New Jersey already permits all of its municipalities to do. And add language that holds not just the corporate LLC, but landlords, agents, and employees personally liable, subject to imprisonment. Put that part back in. For knowingly violating this law. This pierces the corporate LLC shell game. Third, ban coercive class action waivers. Landlords are increasingly using leases to strip tenants of their rights to join together in court, specifically related to RealPage litigation and other class actions. This council has the clear authority to regulate unconscionable and retaliatory lease terms. Pass a companion ordinance that voids these waivers in all residential leases. Tonight you can pass this ban and declare a victory. Or you can pass this ban and then immediately commit to finishing the job by creating a law with real power, real consequences, and real protection for the people of this city. Don't give your residents an empty promise, give them a law with teeth. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Sylvia Hello.
Good night. Thank you.
Was it?
I am
Hello.
Hello. Is correct.
Yep.
Okay. Good evening. My name is Silvia Lu, and I live in Portside Towers too. Tonight you will likely hear a careful, polished story from the real estate lobby. They will talk about efficiency, market dynamic, and sophisticated tools. I am here to translate it, what that word means. When they say efficiency, they mean eliminated competition. The New Jersey Attorney General lawsuit states, and these landlords have an agreement to forego competition. An executive for one of the defendants, ACI Group, admitted in case study that the software helps competitor. Works together, not to work separately. This is a definition, on my humble opinion, of cartel, no efficiency. This is a lobby, cartel, or whatever you want to call it, but not efficiency. When they say the software is just suggestions, they are being dishonest. The Consolidated National Law Suite describes how RealPage enforcement disciplines require landlords to accept the software price 80 to 90% of the time. Another defendant, CEOs, admit they wouldn't have had the courage to push rents so aggressively without algorithm giving them cover. And when they talk about supply and demand, they leave out the most important part. The lawsuit alleges they are manipulating both, then share not public data to artificially inflated demand. And as one CEO bragged, their strategy results in pushing people out to keep vacancy at the level that maximize revenue for the entire cartel. This isn't a business, this is a scam. And please, pass the ban tonight, and then pass the enforcement ordinance that hold them accountable for the reality of their action, not the fiction of their talking points. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Patricia Waiters. Is she?
Not here.
Okay. And then I apologize, Ms. Mooney. I can't make out your first name. Could you tell me what it is for our records?
Saoirse.
Oh, okay.
All right. Good evening. My name is Saoirse, and I live on 4th and Bloom, and I'm a renter, and I'm also a part of HUT. I wanted to speak in support of the prohibition against algorithmic rent fixing, and I want to affirm everything that the speakers before me have said. They've said a lot of amazing things. I'm a software engineer, and I have some experience in actually training some of these models. So I've had a bit of a glimpse at how amazing, terrifying, and very, very nebulous these systems can be. I'm always happy to give a 10-hour lecture on AI 101, but I will spare you for now and keep it brief. What companies like RealPage have created is a black box that aggressively maximizes landlord and corporate profit at the expense of tenants and community here. So when I use that term black box, it means that this algorithm is very unclear in how it works. And the result is that we can have, RealPage has created a system that very likely has encoded a lot of discrimination and gentrification into it. And we won't know the effects of that until it's too late. And I also want to read a snippet from RealPage's website to give you a glimpse of what they want in their own words for their AI screening tool. It's more than just a credit score on the ability to pay. It's a revolutionary way of understanding an applicant's willingness to pay. What they literally want to do is look at every single person, every potential tenant, and figure out exactly what their capacity to pay is and charge that. So these companies have designed a way to extort every dollar that they can out of us, the community of Hoboken. Of course, this affects local businesses as well, who also have to pay rent. So it also creates a cartel among landlords, and it severely incentivizes landlords joining this cartel, because the more people that join and subscribe to RealPage's services, the better their algorithm will get. So please let Hoboken be an example of justice tonight. And as these conflicts with tech and AI are becoming ever sharper, I would like Hoboken to stay ahead of the curve. So please vote yes. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yeah, Ms. Waiters, I called your name a moment ago. No, please sit down. You have to sign up if you want to speak. And we haven't gotten to you yet, okay? Please.
You know why
please. I know why you're here.
They make me come here all the time.
Just
why
please sit down. Please sit down. Patricia, would you like to speak? You're all set? Okay. No further members of the public.
Motion to close public portion.
Second.
Second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Council President.
Yes.
So I'm proud to be the sponsor of this ordinance. There were references to the fight over the rent control referendum that took place last year, and we fought hard to keep that in place. But this ordinance affects all properties in Hoboken, not just those that are subject to rent control. Every single property in Hoboken. When it was originally drafted, representatives of the, and presented on first reading, representatives of the real estate industry reached out to me and to Councilman Quintero, who co-sponsored it with me, and we listened to them. And one of the critiques they had was that there was a similar ordinance that was pending in Berkeley, California, which was subject to litigation because it did not have a limitation with respect to what could be included in the illegal algorithm for price fixing purposes. And they made the point that it has to be non-public information, or information that would not be readily available to the public at no cost. Otherwise, you have a potential First Amendment issue. So we actually listened to them, and we talked to our friends at 32BJ, and we looked at the ordinance in Jersey City, which had similar restrictions that we did not originally have. So we made those modifications, and we defined non-public competitor information as information that not limited to prices, supply levels, security deposits, ideal occupancy levels, lease contract termination information, renewal dates of residential dwelling units, or any other material terms that is less than 365 days old and not widely and readily available to the public at no cost. That is the non-public price fixing information that cannot be shared amongst building owners. And if they do it, they're subject to a fine of not, as prescribed under New Jersey law, and a fine not exceeding $2,000 and community service, not prison, as Mr. Weller requested, but community service. And I think, in essence, we do see this as a civil case, and so does the New Jersey Attorney General, Matt Placken, who filed a complaint that was referenced by Mr. Weller in addition to his class action. And I wanted to just mention that, and I suspect that my council colleagues have had similar conversations. Mr. Weller referred to his experience in Jersey City where it was basically, it's not me, it's the algorithm that's making me do it. I can't negotiate with you. I've heard similar things from tenants that I represent in the Fifth Ward who live in buildings who said to me there was a time when we could go to the office and say, hey, you know, the unit that's the same size, it's down the hall, is being charged $400 less than what you just hit me with. They're like, there's nothing we can do. There's nothing we can do. So it's not just what I've heard and what I've seen, and we've been told that is this algorithm, RealPage is the one that's most commonly referred to, but I'm just going to read from paragraph 218 of Matt Placken's price-fixing antitrust lawsuit that was filed in April. I'm just going to read it. In 2023, Bozzuto, that's one of the major real estate management companies here in Hoboken and nationwide and in Jersey City as well, imposed a rent increase of 30% on 2 residents of the Park and Garden property in Hoboken. When the residents attempted to negotiate, Bozzuto informed them that this was the market rate. There's a little bit redacted. After the renters went public and other Bozzuto residents reported similar experiences, the mayor of Hoboken wrote a letter to Bozzuto's president and CEO assailing the, quote, egregiously high increases, unquote, that would lead to people being, quote, forced out of their homes, unquote. As Mayor Bala observed, the company's website committed itself to, quote, integral business practices that allow us to effect change and make a positive impact on people's lives, unquote. But Bozzuto's actual practices were not consistent with that statement. And in a few paragraphs later, they sue for Sherman Act violations and price fixing out and violations of New Jersey consumer fraud practices. It's important to note that this council unanimously passed a law recently where we said that while we were uncomfortable defining what an unconscionable rent increase is under New Jersey law, we did say that if any landlord increased the rent by more than 10%, they had to notify year over year, they had to notify the existing tenant whether they used an algorithm or not. And that has to be disclosed to the tenant, okay? So not only are we today passing a law that says that if you use these algorithms with non-competitive information to fix prices across the market when you set your rents for Hoboken tenants, and not only are we going to be, if we pass this tonight, as I hope we will, the second community in the state of New Jersey to do it, Jersey City being the first, but with the other tool that we've provided by letting tenants affirmatively be told by their landlords that indeed they're using an algorithm when they set that very high price year over year, that we're giving a good set of tools to our tenants to protect them in this housing market. So I want to thank 32BJ. I want to thank my co-sponsor, Councilman Quintero, for his leadership on this. And I think this is a great thing that we're going to be leaders in an area that we can really make a difference in the lives of the tenants in our community. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Quintero.
And I'd like to thank Councilman Cohen for his sponsorship of this and for also stealing 3/4 of my comments. Look, I mentioned before, housing prices, there's kind of 2 sides to how we deal with it. One is supply and dealing with market forces that way. And the other one is through, pressures that we could put on the prices themselves. There's been a constant, referral to the market and what the market will bear. Well, that's taking into consideration that, housing is a commodity, and it is. But it is, again, as I said before, it's not like a stock certificate, it's not like a bar of gold. These are people's homes, and so this is a commodity that's very sacred to folks, and so we have to make sure that we put in the right protections. If you are going to make this investment, there are significant conditions, because if you are going to take advantage of the market, you may be putting somebody out of a home, and that creates lots of problems for our community and for the country as a whole. In addition, for my lifetime and well before, the power dynamics between the two parties involved, the landlord and the tenant, are never equal. In a pure market, you have equal power on both sides. I think Mr. Bautista had mentioned that who negotiates their rent? You just take it, right? And in a good, healthy market where there's equal power dynamics, you can do that negotiation. In our current environment, where when the landlord goes too high, there's really not a lot the tenant can do besides come to the city or go to courts, and that is an incredibly difficult burden on them. Had a conversation with somebody earlier this week who said she had received a 15% increase, which was for her was a lot. And she had mentioned that Councilman Cohen actually helped her out in that capacity. I know a lot of people on this council have had similar stories where they've helped people out. Wouldn't it be better if we could restore the balance of power between landlords and tenants so they don't have to go to the government every time there's a dispute? And so, what we're looking to do here today, in addition with the controls that we did earlier in the year, and per Mr. Weller, those that will come in the future, because we are not at the end here, this is but the beginning, is to put in the things that we can do to help restore that balance of power between the two. I'm happy to be a part of it. I'm excited for what we're doing on this council, and I thank everybody for their support.
Thank you, Councilman. Mr. Farina, please call the vote.
Mr. Cohn?
Aye.
Ms. Fisher?
Yes.
Mrs. Jabour?
Yes.
President Zano?
Aye.
Ms. Quintero?
Aye.
Mr. Ramos?
Aye.
Mr. Russo?
Aye.
President Doyle?
Aye. An ordinance amending and supplementing Chapter 155, Rent Control, Article 3, Rent Leveling and Stabilization Board and Office, Section 155-23, Determination Appealable of the City Code to update appeal procedures for rent determinations. Cheryl Fallick. This is B782.
Just off the cuff, sort of a new practice that I've noticed in the last couple of years of people coming up to the microphone and letting you all know that they're speaking on behalf of themselves and not somebody else. It never occurred to me that any of you might think I was speaking on behalf of anybody other than myself or in any other capacity other than as me. However, at this particular moment, I would like to speak in my capacity as the Rent Leveling Board Chair, not on behalf of the board, because I haven't spoken to any of them, but the chair itself, to ask you to please carry this. I'm totally speaking off the cuff. The thing that you're amending currently has to do with appeals to the rent board, and it's a pretty simple provision currently. It has 3 parts. 1, every decision the rent leveling officer makes is appealable to the board. 2, the person who's making the appeal must prove that there was something capricious and arbitrary. And then there's a 3rd thing that I'm blanking on right now. But anyway, it's pretty simple stuff. I didn't look at this until after 4 o'clock, so I couldn't get a hold of the rent leveling officer, but I did briefly get a hold of the head of housing. And she had shared that the office wanted to have something included that said that the party who was making the appeal had to contact other interested parties, tenant or landlord, that it would be their burden and their responsibility to do, not the office. And that's in there, and I think that's great, and they've asked for it. There's a whole bunch of other stuff in there that to me is kind of a word salad. It kind of looks like something that came from a regulation that was submitted to Corporation Counsel during the time when I wasn't on the board that was denied, and it never went to the public for public discourse. But what I want to say is, the change says that anybody making an appeal must provide the documentation that the rent leveling officer made her decision based on. I will tell you, and if I had more than 5 minutes, I could give you specific examples to say that there's not always documentation. So that needs to be clarified. Actually, I think it should be taken out, but, you know, your case is better if you provide the documentation. It's up to you. The other thing, now I'm blanking again on this. The other thing is, there's a lot of controlling stuff in here. It must be a PDF. You must have a table of contents. I don't ever want to see the city having to go to court because somebody got their hackles up and said, no, it's not a PDF, it's a Word document. There's no reason for that. So, I mean, I guess what I would ask is if we can just table it and maybe make sure that the rent leveling office or the housing division is weighing in on everything that's been added, and also let the board weigh in. I mean, I'm the chair, nobody spoke to me, and I would have said PDF. So, respectful request, you're going to do what you're going to do, but I would say this is a little much. Thank you very much.
Patricia Waiters. Nope, this is. Oh, I'm sorry, Patricia, I misspoke. You did not sign up for this. Okay. Manuel Rivera Soler. Actually, she did, but anyway. No, so much we didn't want. So, Manny,
Thank you, Council President. I appreciate you calling me on this ordinance. I was not going to continue to speak because even though I have over 20 minutes of airtime if I choose to speak on every single ordinance, but I just want to be succinct here this evening. I just would like to echo the sentiments that were shared by a fellow member of the public, Cheryl Fallick. If you hear the chairperson of the Rent Leveling Board asking you directly to please table or carry this ordinance, I believe that it holds weight and you should consider her request heavily because, as she said, there are things in this ordinance, when you go and read it, they are very complicated to understand unless you would like to take the time this evening, maybe 5, 10, 25 minutes to explain to members of the public the little details that Ms. Fallick mentioned that are jumbled. So with that, Council President, I would say I will yield back and thank you for considering mine and Ms. Fallick's requests for tabling, even though we are not council members. We thank you.
Thank you. No more members of the public.
Motion to close public portion.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay, so,
You want to carry it at least?
pardon? Well, I mean, it was provided to us from the Housing Division, so the question of whether they've seen it, this is their request, this is their work. It's the process for them to tee up an appeal to the board. So, you know, does that, so.
Is there a time constraint here? I mean, does our next meeting pose an issue or?
We can carry it.
I don't have a problem either way. I'm just trying to.
I mean, this was put up on first reading on June 4th, and because of our schedule, I mean, this has been well over a month that this has been out in the public, available for public comment. I mean, I went through it. It's pretty straightforward. I have to believe if someone didn't properly PDF a document or collate a document, that they would be given grace.
Or we could just change it on the, well, we can't change it on the.
But I mean, I don't think this is going to be done in a dogmatic way that's designed to make it hard for people to appeal. I think it's just giving people basic guidance on how to do it. It seems pretty straightforward. And obviously, if it's not working in a way that's tenant friendly, we can always amend it. But
Yeah, we can always amend it.
But it strikes me as being a fairly, straightforward thing. And again, it's been out in the public for over a month at this point, and we're not having our next meeting until August.
Right, so Councilman Ramos said we vote on it, and we can always amend it if.
Yeah, bring those back to first reading next meeting.
Yeah,
If needed.
okay. Mr. Farina, please call the vote.
Mr. Cohen?
Aye.
Ms. Fisher?
Yes.
Mr. Jabour?
Yes.
Mr. President,
Aye.
Quintero?
Aye.
Mr. Ramos?
Aye.
Caruso?
Aye.
President Doyle?
Aye. So for the next one, we're just voting in essence on first reading. So there's no public comment on 783.
Hold on.
Oh, sorry about that.
7's carried.
Pardon?
7's carried, right?
No, back to first reading.
Oh,
It's not
okay.
carried.
Okay, right.
So we're
Amended.
just voting on this.
Sorry.
Okay?
are we,
All right, so Mr. Farina, please call. Do you have a question?
what are we voting on?
This is an ordinance, I'm sorry, it's number 7 on the agenda. Ordinance amending and readopting and re-endorsing the redevelopment plan for the Western Edge redevelopment area, Jefferson and Madison Street subareas, B783. There was an amendment to include additional information in the resolution, but so we're voting in essence as first reading, and it'll come back.
Brenda is saying no.
Pardon?
This is saying don't vote on it. Just carry it all together.
What?
Carry it all together.
Just carry it all together.
Okay.
Brian, that's not what so we won't be able to pass on the 20th of August.
I think Director Brown
Come on
should
up,
maybe come
Director.
up to the microphone.
Yep, he's coming. Don't use the verb carry, okay? Tell us without saying that.
All right. So there weren't any amendments made to the ordinance that's here now. So if you're voting on amendments, there's nothing to vote for. So you're essentially
Just moving it to the next
moving
meeting.
it to the next meeting without.
And
I don't know,
nothing will be, so
Nothing needs to be voted on tonight.
Correct.
they're not adding in
The
text with regard to what happened at the planning board?
Yes, that text.
So that's a change.
That text was not provided and added to the ordinance
so we
that is
haven't
on
had
for tonight. So there's nothing to.
But we're not going
to.
So it'll be on first.
You said it. I didn't.
We're carrying it.
Yes, but we'll be in September to pass.
We're just pulling it, right? We're just pulling
Yes,
it.
if we don't, if
We're
the
pulling
language
it.
has not been provided to us.
At this point
I
in
don't
time,
know that-
council, I believe you're just carrying it until the next
Yes,
meeting.
carrying
I
the
don't
ordinance.
believe, although I haven't seen them yet, that the changes will be substantial. So you might be in the second reading, or have you decided already where they were substantial?
The whereas clauses.
It's the whereas clauses,
Yes,
not
it's
the
just the
body of the
whereas
ordinance.
clauses. It's whereas clauses that acknowledge the planning board's comments, and that's the strategy that we're
We've determined that it's not substantive.
I believe it's not going to be substantive, so it will be on
But
the
you haven't
20th, I
seen it
believe, for
yet.
second reading.
Corporation Council, nor have any of us.
I think
So
that
anyway,
I think that's a conversation
we're
we can have
carrying it
between
then.
now and August 20th. But for now, I think you can carry it.
All right. All right, if someone,
Tell
let-
Ruben to come back in.
Yep, thank you. While we're retrieving our errant member, the ordinance amending Chapter 155, Sections 155-16, 155-17, and 155-20 of the Hoboken City Code to clarify certain determinations, considerations of the Rent Leveling Board, and application fees. This is B784. Cheryl Fallick. You good? I got it.
Nice. Warmed up out there.
I rise in support of this ordinance, which corrects a decades-old mistake, a mistake that has cost Hoboken tenants dearly. Although the phrase one-time exemption never legally existed, what did exist in the early 1980s was a subsection in Hoboken's rent control ordinance, section 1853-C9, that allowed for the legal base rent for buildings that were both vacant and deteriorated. This subsection was formally repealed by this very body in August of 1985. I was here. And yet, despite that repeal, a major failure of governance occurred. Related language elsewhere in the ordinance was never removed. The core provisions were struck down by vote, but the surrounding references were left to linger like a time bomb in the ordinance. For 40 years now, that leftover text has been weaponized, used to push through unlawful exemptions from the legal-based rent, empty buildings, displaced tenants, and erase affordable rent-controlled units from the city's housing stock. It was a loophole that never should have existed, and it's a loophole that needs to be closed right now. Let me be very clear on two critical points. First, it would be entirely inappropriate, legally and logically, for anyone to suggest that this ordinance should be applied prospectively. Only to cases not, sorry, somebody just called me. Prospectively, only to cases not yet filed with the rent board. Why? Because the exemption was repealed in August of 1985. Nothing can be considered pre-existing and entitled to a hearing at this point unless an exemption application was submitted on or before August 7th, 1985. Anything filed after that did not have any legitimate legal ground and currently has no legal grounding whatsoever. Second, anyone pointing to the September 23rd, 2023 Superior Court ruling as evidence that this exemption is legally valid is either misreading the decision or misrepresenting it. Judge Christine Vanek clearly stated in her decision, quote, "The court does not address the validity of Section 3 of the resolution, which denied the application based on an alleged absence of a provision allowing for an exemption," close quote. In other words, the court took no position on whether the exemption was actually allowed under Hoboken's rent control law. That core legal issue was not decided in that case, and frankly, if it had been, the fact that no such provision existed in the ordinance makes the likely outcome obvious. There is simply no legal basis for the so-called one-time exemption. This error in the ordinance has caused real harm. Countless affordable rent-controlled units have been lost. Working families, seniors, artists, and low-income tenants were displaced, all because Hoboken didn't finish the job back in 1985. Tonight's vote is not just procedural, it's about which side you are on. A yes vote says, I stand with Hoboken renters, I believe in the rule of law, I want to preserve affordability in this city. A no vote, a failure to act, not only lets confusion and exploitation persist, it aligns you with landlords benefiting from loopholes that never should have been acted upon. That's not neutrality, that's a choice against the Hoboken renter community. You cannot claim to support affordability or equity and ignore the misuse of a repealed law. And just to close the historical loop, I have spoken directly with former Councilman Joe Delafave, who confirmed the 1985 repeal that he himself voted for. I've also provided extensive documentation on this issue and would gladly do so again for anyone who needs it. The facts are clear. The repeal happened. The law no longer allows for these exemptions, period. And it hasn't since 1985. Let's end this legal fiction. Let's clean up the ordinance, something that should have happened 40 years ago. It's not radical, it's not controversial, it's basic legislative hygiene. It's the least this council can do. So again, I urge each of you, vote yes for clarity, accountability, transparency, and most of all, for Hoboken's renters. The time to fix this is not someday. The time is now, tonight. There is no excuse not to, none whatsoever. Thank you. And I just want to let everybody know I've been trying to get this done since the first time I set foot on the rent leveling board in 2009. Please vote yes. Thank
you. Amanda Boardman.
Good evening, Council. My name is Amanda Boardman, and I am an attorney representing Morehouse Hoboken LP, who has a current pending one-time exemption application that has been filed with the Rent Leveling Board. This application has been filed pursuant to Ordinance 155, Sections 16 and 17, in addition to Regulation 1868, which codified the procedure to be followed by the Rent and Leveling Stabilization Office in connection with the request from property owners for a one-time exemption under Chapters 155-16 and 155-17. We have submitted our documentation outlining case law that has been referred to for this matter and our opposition to the changes to the ordinance. First and most importantly, what I want to make sure that this board knows is that our stance on this is that first, the provisions should not be accepted as they stand today. But most importantly, if this if the committee goes through and decides to change the ordinance revisions, that they do not retroactively impact any of the pending applications that are out there. We want to make sure that City Council is aware that since at least 2022, the board, the Rent Leveling Board, has removed the application forms for the one-time exemption from all public forums, not only their office, but also online, and have made it extremely difficult for any landlords who are applying for the relief that is provided to them by the ordinances. In addition, the board has also unilaterally and in strict violation of the ordinance has stopped any hearings regarding any one-time exemptions, which is a blatant disregard of 155 section 17 under subsection A. On at least 2 court cases, the Rent Leveling Board and their attorneys have recognized the existence and the validity of the one-time exemption as codified by 155, 16, and 17. Also outlined in here are that there are proponents against the one-time exemption who have granted one-time exemptions as well. These actions that are currently being taken by the board clearly violate the ordinance and the regulations that have been presented here too. Most importantly, as discussed, if council decides to go through and apply these revisions, we do ask that any of the revisions should not be retroactive. There are property owners who have relied on this ordinance. They have done their reviews. The ordinance is posted online for everybody to review, and it is listed there clearly. In addition, there is also Regulation 1868, which outlines specifically how property owners can go through and apply for these exemptions and the determinations that need to be met. Property owners have relied upon the board's words and their actions. They've followed the ordinances and the regulations to ensure compliance for this one-time exemption, and their petitions should be heard. The board is acting improperly and in violation of the court ordinance by denying hearing the property owners' filed applications, which have been properly filed and have been followed. To make this ordinance retroactive would make the board's bad actions valid. Council should act on behalf of those who have properly followed the rules for the safety of their tenants and to ensure that this revised ordinance, if it passes, does not impact those who have followed the rules and have followed the guidelines and have followed the words of the board. The revisions themselves, in our opinion, should also be denied. Though there may have been a repeal back in 1985 for a specific term of the ordinance, there has been no documentation that has been provided that these subsequent provisions, now codified as 16 and 17, were meant to be released. In addition, the board themselves are the ones who passed Regulation 1868 in 2017. So it would have been the board's intention to actually continue to review these one-time exemptions because they're the ones who passed the regulation, again, in 2017. They have been hearing these one-time exemptions since 1985, and they have been granting them. They are stepping in now to attempt to change it, yet it is impacting those who have properly gone through and filed their applications timely. Again, we request that the board or that the council here does not pass what's out, but if they do pass, that it's not made retroactive. And please request that the board actually hear any of the pending applications that were filed before these revisions. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. There are no other members of the public signed up to speak?
Motion to close public portion.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Yeah, well, I had just would have to say there's nothing in this ordinance that says it is or is not retroactive. That's up to a judge in a court, not us, even if we opined one way or the other. So, and it sounded like there's certainly nothing prohibiting us to make a change to our ordinances. So if there's an issue with the board, that's certainly, you have your rights that can redress this. But there's no reason why we cannot take this action today. So whether there is retroactive, time of application rule, we know about that, time of decision rule, that's for a judge, not us. And so unless Corporation Counsel, you disagree? So I think,
Agreed.
Mr. Farina, call the vote?
Mr. Cohn?
Aye.
Ms. Fisher?
Yes.
Mrs. Jabour?
Yes.
President Zano?
Abstain.
Mr. Quintero?
Yes.
Mr. Ramos?
Aye.
Russo?
Yes, twice. I'll give Paul his back.
President Doyle?
Aye. Thank you. So, vote down. An ordinance opting into the Garden State CPAC program to facilitate the financing of CPAC projects. This is B785.
C-Pace.
CPACE? I'm sorry, CPAC. Okay. I'm not sure what that is, but I'm sure it's not good.
It's a conference you're not
We are
attending.
not opting into CPAC.
Exactly.
We are not doing that.
I spend much time there. Anyway, the no members of the public signed up to speak on
The
this?
closed public portion.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Mr. Farina, please call the vote.
Mr. Cohn?
Aye.
Ms. Fisher?
Yes.
Mr. Jabour?
Yes.
President Zano?
Aye.
Mr. Quintero?
Aye.
Mr. Ramos?
Aye.
Mr. Russo?
Aye.
President Doyle?
Aye. Ordinance amending Chapter 192, parking for persons with disabilities. This is B786. There are no members of the public signed up to
Motion to
speak.
close public portion.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Mr. Farina, please call the vote.
Mr. Cohn?
Aye. Aye.
Fisher?
Yes.
Mrs. Jabour?
Yes.
President Zano?
Aye.
Mr. Quintero?
Aye.
Mr. Ramos?
Aye.
Mr. Russo?
Aye.
President Doyle?
Aye. An ordinance to amend Chapter 190 entitled Vehicles and Traffic to relocate a loading zone on Hudson Place and extend bus stop hours on Hudson Street, B787. Mr. Farina, I'm sorry, no members of the public have
Motion
signed
to
up.
close public portion.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Mr. Farina, please call the vote.
Mr. Cohn?
Aye.
Ms. Fisher?
Yes.
Mrs. Jabour?
Yes.
Mr. President Zano?
Aye.
Mr. Quintero?
Aye.
Mr. Ramos?
Aye.
Mr. Russo?
Aye.
President Doyle?
Aye.
Ruben, can he?
An ordinance authorizing a financial agreement. Councilman Ramos.
Ruben.
Ramos.
You have to step out.
Yeah, I apologize. Number 12. An ordinance authorizing a financial agreement between the City of Hoboken and JB 112 Urban Renewal LLC, B788. No members of the public have signed up.
Motion to close public portion.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Mr. Farina, please call the vote.
Mr. Cohn?
Aye.
Ms. Fisher?
Present.
Mrs. Jabour?
Yes.
President Zano?
Aye.
Quintero?
Aye.
Mr. Ramos?
He's
Mr. Russo?
Aye.
President Doyle?
aye.
Jimmy. Yeah.
So maybe Director Ferrante, if you could inform Mr. Ramos that we would like his company.
Loves getting to the mic. He was ready.
Yeah. I don't think he.
Always ready.
For Ruben.
For Ruben.
And Tiffany voted president.
All right, so an ordinance to amend the city code of the City of Hoboken, Chapter 59A, entitled Department of Public Safety, Article 2, Section 59A8, Establishment of Division to increase the police department table of organization. B789, there's one member of the public, Dini Ajmani.
Thank you, Council President. This ordinance is about adding 14 more to our police force. I think there is no better, no more potent deterrent for crime than having more police presence. in our streets, in our parks. However, it was in this room not too long ago, maybe a month ago, when we heard that the city has some money issues, that even to support the stuff that this council has approved, the taxes must be increased in large amounts. So what I say to you is, let's think a little bit more creatively. Hudson County Sheriff's Office has 300 professionals. They're deployed in Bayonne, Hoboken, Jersey City, Union City. We don't see much of their presence here in Hoboken. We pay $70 million to Hudson County in taxes. I think we can use some of that money coming back to us by having more sheriff presence in Hoboken for patrolling our streets and parks. And that would be a very potent way to bring back what we give to Hudson County. That's all I wanted to say.
Thank you very much. No other members of the public are signed up to speak?
Motion to close public portion.
Go first.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Yeah.
Councilwoman Fisher?
Yeah. So I'll start by saying I agree with what Deanie just said. First of all, we've seen a lot of progress in the staffing of our police. We've seen more community policing out there. We've backfilled over 20 police officers. We've approved 10 additional police officers. I think there's always been support for, not always, but generally support for investing in our police. It's something the city would like to see more of. We've also seen our police department kind of reallocate and put resources in places where we've had greater concern, as opposed to just kind of spreading it out more generally and really meeting the needs of our community. We do, to the point that Deanie just made, we don't have sheriff resources in Hoboken, almost none. It's been almost a policy of the county just not to really allocate sheriff's resources here. We have a new sheriff that we expect to win in November, who's already made a commitment to deliver more resources to Hoboken, because we have more county roads than any other town in Hudson County. So there's definitely an argument that says a way for us to economically support public safety in Hoboken is really to leverage the county, which I think is a great idea. Second, this, I know there's an urgency because, we want to be able to say that we're, delivering more police resources and making the community safer. I think, I do think that there isn't a rush for these approvals right now. We do have we have kind of a financial crisis in the town. And, we need to work through that. This year is a difficult year. We're going to see a tax increase this year. We're actually being saved by the county because our taxes went down in the county. That reduction is offsetting what will probably be some level of sizable increase in Hoboken. But really next year is the big hit, right? We approved a extraordinary contract back in March. This council did. Paul and I did not support that because of the longer term financial implications of that. And it really, when we're in a point right now where we're struggling to pay, make choices on providing services to the community, pay for all of the, wonderful investments we've made in the community, by committing more to this increased staffing as well as the contracts we've already approved, we're actually taking money away from many other employees within the city. So I would just say, I would like to ask that ideally, I don't want to vote against our police, but I'll vote no tonight. But I would love to see this just delayed until we get through the budget, get a sense of, what this year looks like, what next year looks like, and then make those decisions at a later date and continue to work with our police who've made just a lot of improvements in terms of, really just aligning their resources, I think more specifically to some of the needs in the community. So.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilman Presenzano?
I think the ultimate thing, what we should be doing here is that we haven't been able to discuss a budget here and agree on a budget, and that should be the first and foremost thing before we go increasing our employees. Now, right now, we're under a hiring freeze. I had requested from Director Franti, and he implored the services of the chief and some other officers inside the firm, but I think to tell the story, I think we should look at a little bit here. From 2021 to 2024, the table of organization was 145 across everything. In 2025, we moved it up to 156 based upon the numbers I got back. And that's because we added the 10 officers from last year. But I think it's important to note that of the 145, what was actually filled over those years? In 2021, it was 133. In 2022, it was 135. In 2023 is 128. In 2024, 132. In 2025, currently, we're at 142. Now, currently, right now, we have, it looks like as of July, we have the ability to hire one more lieutenant, and we have a total of 110 officers that have been allotted, the day-to-day police officer. Right now, we're at 97 with the hiring freeze. So there's 13 more officers to come once that hiring freeze is lifted, which could happen after the budget. Again, 13 more officers, that's not a small number that helps the community. So I'm always a believer right now with the picture that was painted by the outgoing business administrator and some concerns on the contract that was passed that we're going to add to some of the problems. And I think 15, 20 years ago, we went into a problem where we had to demote people. We had to let people go inside the city hall in different departments. And I think right now, if there's 13 officers that we still can hire based upon what we've already approved, I think we should look at that. I'm not in favor of this, not because I'm not wanting less police. However, we have 13 that still need to be hired. So I don't know how we go from 13 that we have the ability to hire, or once we lift it, to adding another 14 before those 13 even get through the process or we begin the process. So I just don't understand that we're even having a discussion, that we haven't even taken the time to look at our budget, to look at our finances. And, there is implications, and I know we're going to hear, listen, somebody's going to say it tonight, that just because we increase the TO doesn't mean we have to hire them. Well, stranger things have happened in government, that people have been hired, and once you giveth in government, you can't taketh. So there's just one thing here, is that there's 13 more to hire. There's a lot of people there that are going to help. It's going to help Hoboken. I see more people on the street, and the numbers I just read back to you show that. And that we did hear the needs that they wanted, and we have increased. It's just that now there's a hiring freeze. We have 5 in the academy right now that will be joining us that I think missed the hiring freeze, so that's a positive. But again, I asked a bunch of questions, and if we're in a hiring freeze, what could happen is we're being asked to add 6 superiors and 8 more officers. Is that the 6 superiors, essentially they're just promotions. So I don't know if that falls under a hiring freeze or not, but the new officers we couldn't hire anyway. So that would leave us with 8 plus 13, 21 officers that would be in the police officers day to day on the street that we see, that there would be the ability to hire if there was a hiring freeze lifted. So I think until we pass a budget, until we see the financial condition of the city, I honestly wish we could just hold this vote off and then move upon once we can agree on a budget, because we don't know. Right now, we can't agree on a budget. The state could come in if we don't agree on a budget, and that's going to put us into more dire straits. So I think as a council, we have a responsibility to first look at the financial aspects of our budget before we make any other decisions.
Thank you, Council President. Yeah, just because we increase the table of organization doesn't mean we have to hire. So there you go. But it's true. Look, this is increasing it by 14. Council President Sano's right. We've increased it a few times. We're still not back to the levels that I think we were at in 2000 or something when our population was about half what it is now. We're everyone in every sector of every business in the United States is always asked to do more with less. I firmly believe nobody's asked to do more with less than our police officers and our law enforcement agencies. Yes, what you see on the street, them patrolling, pulling people over, walking the beat, that's a part of their job that takes a lot of time. That's the work we want them to do. What you don't see is all the administrative work that they have to do as well because of a lot of the reforms, and I think they're good reforms, right? You have to review body cameras, you have to write up reports, there's a lot of extra time that's needed. So what one particular police officer had to do by way of on the beat versus administrative work has dramatically changed, and it's taken up a significant amount of bandwidth. And so why do we need more cops on the street? And I agree with Ms. Waiters on this, is because what it means to be in the level of work that it takes to do the job of a police officer has fundamentally changed. And in many respects for the better, in some respects for the worse, but it has changed. It's far more time consuming. And so we need more police officers to provide the level of service that we expect in Hoboken. We've said time and time again, I've said, there's three kinds of crimes that they track. Crimes against property, so, I vandalize Council President Doyle's house. Crimes against... that'll be later.
Who did it?
Don't give them any ideas, yeah.
Crimes against persons, I punch Council President Doyle in the nose. And then
What's the third one? I'm just
quality of life crimes.
Trifecta.
Quality of life crimes, we call it, which is a drunk driver who doesn't actually hit anybody, that doesn't hit Jim crossing the street. An e-bike delivery person who's riding on the sidewalk but doesn't actually hit somebody. A disorderly person who is making people feel uncomfortable but not actually hurting anyone. Those crimes are on the rise in Hoboken. It's because the most effective way of policing that is with community policing, the cop on the street, the person getting to know their neighbors. And it's incredibly difficult for our current force at the current staffing levels to be able to do that as much as they want to, as much as we want them to. This room was filled with 100 people after the unfortunate incident at Church Square Park, because one of these quality of life crimes turned into a crime against persons. And our community has been crying, pleading for us to do something about this. Folks on this dais have been doing the same thing, and I think rightfully so. Now is the time to give our professionals, and I call them professionals, right? We have the best chief, I'd say, in the United States on our force. Let's give him the tools he needs to be able to devise a plan, a strategy for how to get this done. You can't just, this takes time to do that. We need to be able to say, you will be able to hire X amount of people over X amount of time and develop your police force in the way to meet the needs of our community. So I see this today as a commitment to giving our officers and our police leadership the tools they need to solve for the things that we want and the things that we need, and in keeping Hoboken safe.
Thank you, Councilman.
Council President?
Russo?
Thank you, Council President. I think the member of the public is on the right track, but I think it's still a little limited, right? We have relationships with not only the county, but we also have relationships with the state police department. We have those relationships with transit and port authority. And I think we should utilize all of those relationships as best as we can to ask for help to police our city. But what no one wants to really admit is that we have no control over that decision. We could request it, we could beg for it, but we have no control over that decision. two issues are being conflated in this conversation. One is about our police department and how we're going to staff that. And the other one is about our budget. And they're both really prominent here on this agenda tonight. And they're both really, really, really important. I don't want to confuse the two, but both need to be addressed in the conversation. So let's address them. I think it's about priorities. When this room was filled with over 100 people talking about an incident in our park, every council member, every elected official stood up and said, we need to make sure we protect our city. How do we do that? We don't do that by asking an outside agency and hoping that they come to do it. We do it. We do it ourselves. And I disagree with my colleague who said we want to say that we're delivering more police on the streets. No, we don't want to say it. We want to do it. It's not about saying it. It's about protecting our citizens in the city of Hoboken. It's about prioritizing how we're spending our money. Day in and day out, I will prioritize our public safety in the city of Hoboken before I vote on a $3.5 million increase for the Hoboken Business Alliance, or a bonding action, or spending $125 million on a park. It's about priorities. And the public safety is the priority in this city for me and should be for all of you. Every time. When we pass laws like our test and vest that I was proud to be a sponsor on with two of my colleagues, we expect our police department to enforce that law. How could they enforce that law if we don't give them the opportunity to staff properly or give them the tools to make sure they do that? That's what this is about tonight. This isn't about the budget. Because if it was about the budget, we would have voted no on a lot of other things rather than voting no on police officers. So I'm 100% in favor of this tonight. As a matter of fact, I was hoping that we did 20 more so that we were staffed properly, like when the chief came before that microphone and told us what we really needed to create those police in the parks and to create that new division. That's what we need to do. So I am 100% supportive. I hope all my colleagues vote for it tonight. Thank you.
Council President?
Anybody want to go before this?
I'll go.
Okay. All right. Yeah.
So, Councilman Russo, I appreciate what you just said, but I'm just going to remind you of something that you sent to us on your budget cuts for everybody. So the two are assimilated. You put a cut in for the police salaries and wages of $698,000 and other expenses of $326,000. So you're speaking out of both sides of your mouth.
I'm not speaking out of both sides of my mouth,
You put that up. So if you're saying you want to spend, the two are together.
We'll talk about the budget when we get to the budget.
But you just said you were going to cut that from their salaries.
With all due respect.
With all due respect, you're talking out of both sides of your mouth.
Yeah, and I'll let him finish.
Both sides of your mouth.
Council President, if I may, with all due respect, Councilman, we'll talk about the budget. We'll get into that, and I'll spend hours here, and by all means, I could talk to the business administrator about every single one of those line item cuts that I introduced, rather than these general statements. That's number one. Number two, I increased spending from last year by 2.5% in salary and wages in that line item. I'll say it again so you hear it. I increased spending 2.5% in that line item from last year's spending.
Yeah, I think you should reread what you sent us, because you
I
did.
know exactly what I sent.
You didn't do that,
Thank
so
you,
you
Council
pontificating, getting in your soapbox is not what you're saying here. So let's just get this straight. You were going to cut the police salary, so how can you say you want to hire more? That's garbage. I mean, I'm looking at the sheet that was sent to us by Jerry. It says cut salaries. So you can't sit here and say, I want to hire 20 more when you're cutting $700,000.
Councilman, you were clearly told that we're not hiring police officers by the end of this year, you were clearly told that by not only the chief of police, but by the director of the department. You know that that has nothing to do with this year's budget. You know that. And you're smiling
so you're
about
telling
it because
me,
you
you're
know
telling
it.
me $700,000 you're going to cut. We're not going. How are they going to pay people? How? Tell me how.
All right.
I will when we get to the budget.
Councilman Ramos?
Yep, thank you, Council President. Thank you, gentlemen. Appreciate it. At first, this number was 28. And had a conversation with the police chief at the time, and my two colleagues are discussing the budget. I thought there were some budgetary constraints to try and fund at that number. So I made the request of finding a number where we could patrol what we need to patrol, but yet be financially responsible while we do that. And I think also looking at the challenges that we've had in finding qualified candidates to fill the role, where our last, I think we had 9 applicants, and we're hoping that we could, why I voted for the contract was trying to make that job more attractive to people so we could attract more applicants. And ultimately, I want to see an increased foot presence that we had in the mid-2000s that we needed, that we definitely need. Our population is growing. The ground coverage in which they need to cover is also expanding. And I know that they're not going to get to this number tomorrow either, just looking at where we're not getting applicants. And we want to see these more applicants, not just any applicant, qualified applicants. So I'll repeat that again. I don't think we're going to get to that number that we're looking at within the next 2 to 3 years, potentially. And I want us to get there. That's our goal, is to get to that number. And I work, I'm a teacher. I work in a profession where we have 30 kids in a room. I think our 8th grade class, we just graduated 240 kids in our 8th grade class. We're asked to do much more with much less. And that has to become more difficult for us. And I think they're in the same boat at this time. We have students with no teachers, right? Those kids are not going to be able to learn. If we don't have our streets fully staffed, especially when, and teaching again, we have new things that take me away from doing my job of teaching with paperwork. When one officer makes an arrest, that basically takes them off the entire shift, right? And that's not the fault of their priorities or what they want to see. That's state operations now that have been thrust upon them that they need to make adjustments for, and we need to make adjustments for. So I'm pleased that they went from that 28 number into a number I find more manageable with the 14 number. And so, hey, if you're going to listen to me, I got to support it, right? So I appreciate those taking my comments seriously and coming down on that number that I felt comfortable with. And so I'm going to support this tonight.
Councilwoman Jabour?
Thank you, Council President. My number one priority is absolutely public safety. I think that is true for all of us up here. And I want to underscore what Councilman Ramos just pointed out, which was this was an adjustment and a negotiation versus where this was initially introduced. And the vision of this was to effectuate a community policing bureau. And that came at the recommendation of both Director Ferranti as well as our chief, in order to, in hopes of preventing another incident like what happened at Church Square Park. And that conversation feels like it was yesterday. It has not left me. And the comments from other parents about their feelings about whether they walk around and feel safe, whether they feel that their children can be safe. So I'm supportive of this tonight because, one, I do think it was somewhat negotiated for the sake of concerns around the budget and the landscape that we are in right now, because this is a reduction from the initial proposal. And so we're landing in a place of more consensus building in order to have the support of this this governing body. And two, I believe very much in that community policing approach. I think we have the best police department in the state of New Jersey, and I think that they do a phenomenal job, but we have to have their back by following the recommendations that are made to us. And so I plan to support this tonight. I hope that the majority of this council will support this tonight, because we need to continue to make sure we're taking care of our public safety officials and professionals. I worry about their ability to do that job every day. The burnout conditions are very real when we are overworking the current staff that we have. And if we don't create a pathway to continue to expand, to keep up with our population, we're doing a disservice to those professionals. And so I will be supporting this tonight. Thank you to Director Ferranti, to Chief Aguiar for continuing to make recommendations to us about how we can do better. And we will continue to support you in that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilman Cohen?
Thank you, Council President. Just a few comments on budget before I say a few things about this ordinance. If you look at a budget, it says it reflects the values of our community. That's what they say about the federal budget, and that's what they say about ours, and I think that's true. And when it comes to public safety, I just want the public to understand that about 35% of the entire city budget is dedicated to public safety, which reflects the importance. The importance with respect to salaries in the budget, just salaries. There's been a distinction between budget and salaries. 70 to 75% of the salaries in Hoboken's budget goes to public safety. So however we vote tonight on this, and I respect all my colleagues for their positions on this, and I think they all come at it in good faith, there is no question that this council and this city prioritizes public safety and does it with dollars and does it with their support. Now, with respect to this proposal, I've heard from a number of community members, separate and apart from the incident that happened in Church Square Park in the meeting, that they wish for the days when they knew their officer on the beat, that they look at that time where they had a relationship with the officers who walked the streets of their neighborhood as a fond memory. As that I guess on Sesame Street, you knew the mailman, you knew your officer. They were there regularly. Just had the privilege of attending the swearing in of the newest class of officers, and the chief told them that you better have comfortable walking shoes. And I thought that was awesome, because that's exactly what they've asked for. That's what my constituents have asked for, and that's what this council has agreed to do, which is to enhance community policing. And the questions that I've asked the heads of the union, that I've asked Chief Aguiar, Director Ferranti, is there have been questions asked about the number of table of authority increasing, and whether this is wise, and whether this is prudent, and whether this makes sense. Is this truly necessary? And I chair the Finance Committee, and I take that seriously. And the answers I got consistently were that if we really are serious about having community police presence in this community, this is what we need. This is what we need. So from my perspective, I'm supportive of this. I think the budget issue is frankly a red herring. I really do. I respect everybody's opinions on this. But this is something that we're already prioritizing in terms of the large percentage of salaries. You won't hear in a political campaign about that. You'll hear about what City Hall is spending, but when you look at the reality is 70-75% of the salaries are going to public safety, and that's appropriate, because if we don't have a safe community, if we don't feel safe in this community, this is not a community where people are going to want to live and raise their families, or go to work, or have a business, or invest in the future of our community. So again, I'm supportive, and I believe that it makes sense to do it, because I believe in community policing, and I'd like to see those police on the streets. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you, Councilman.
Council President.
Yes,
Can I speak
Councilwoman.
again? Thank you. I was waiting. I just want to say a couple things. First, public safety is definitely a priority of all of us, but I think I think we all have a different interpretation of how we deliver that and where we are potentially today. When we had the terrible tragedy on October 31st, it was a shock to all of our system. It was just absolutely tragic. We were all sat in this room with a couple hundred people, and we all had different interpretations at that moment. I mean, Councilwoman Jabor sat next to me and said, do these people think that our community is not safe, right? And we all evolved, because we felt very unsafe at that moment, but we also didn't feel unsafe the minute before. So, it was a moment in time that brought our community to its knees, and then we responded to it, right? We put in an area that felt the most unsafe, where we heard the most complaints. Resources just got allocated into that area, right? We put cameras in, we put, almost immediately, Chief Aguiar put a police presence in there. And I'm part of a community group in that area that is just so grateful for all of the additions that have been made there. The other thing that's happened since November is we've added over 20 officers on the street. Because for the last several years, as Paul pointed out, we've heard at every meeting, every CAPS meeting, every public safety meeting I've had with neighbors, that we didn't have enough officers. And then we changed our law. We changed residency requirements, and suddenly we were able to hire people, and we've added 20 officers, give or take, and we still have 14 open seats. Right? So if we fill those 14 open seats, we have 35 more police officers since November, right? We don't even know what an additional 14 officers is going to look like, when already we're seeing community policing happen. And the one thing I do want to say, and this is, someone's going to quote me on this. I'm not a police expert, but we've seen in the last few years community policing. When Chief LeBoux came in as an interim police chief after Chief Ferrandi left, the very first thing Chief Ferrandi retired, and this isn't negative on Ferrandi, who I adore, but the very first thing Chief LeBoux said to me was, I want to sit down, I want to understand what your issues are in the second ward. And I said to him, it was the middle of the summer, we have safety concerns late at night around Pier 13. And within a couple days, he had community policing. We had a police officer present uptown around the closing of Pier 13. We saw more police officers on the sidewalk because we had a police chief that made those choices to allocate resources. And this was when we had low resources. This is when we were down probably at some of our lowest levels. So I'm not at all opposed, or I personally want to prioritize safety. I just think there's a lot of ways we can get there, and we've seen it before, and we need to pursue all of those. And we have addressed a big safety concern that happened back in October with a lot of resources. We actually, as a community, as a council, as our public safety, as members of the public, we addressed and rallied around safety concerns in an area. And I'm not saying that we solved it, not by any stretch, but we have the ability to do that. Just because we have a request from our police department to add an entire new division, right? They wanted 28, they negotiated 14. Why is that the only solution? And at a time when we are faced with real financial concerns, and we have people in this room that are union employees in City Hall that are off contract for 3 years. They've been without a contract, and we are investing only in public safety. We need to look at everything on a combined basis. So to me, we should take the opportunity to do all of that, see see if we can get more community policing from our existing police staffing and how it's going to grow, and think about the financial implications. So thank you for letting me speak again. But for clarity, if anyone walks out of here and says public safety is not my priority, they're dead wrong.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Mr. Farina, please call the vote.
Mr. Cohn?
Aye.
Ms. Fisher?
No.
Mrs. Jabour?
Yes.
Mr. Presidano?
No.
Mr. Quintero?
Aye.
Mr. Ramos?
Aye.
Mr. Russo?
Aye.
President Doyle?
Aye. So, we're done with ordinances, second readings.
Second reading.
Second reading, yes, we have a ways to go. Yes. This is public portion. Where's the one oh, yes, you did. Thank you, Mr. Farina. Okay.
Tim, can we take a 5-minute?
Pardon? Yeah, do we want to take a 5-minute break? It's being requested?
Sure. Yes.
Thanks. I'd like to talk to Director Brown anyway. Yep. It's
I make a
42. How about 50?
Do we have to make a motion, or do we have to?
Motion to make a 5-minute adjournment.
Yeah, I think we, well, the purpose of line to the bathroom is going to be all day, 4 o'clock in the morning.
This is a break. Are you going to get up? Do you have your card? Go downstairs. There's 2 bathrooms that only get in with your card, and there will be no members of the public in line. No, but I got. You want to borrow this? Yeah.
This gets you in? This does work?
Yes. Marion Drake. Which one did you ask? No, I did not. So now I. Yep.
The papers to, you know, the ones that talk about
You think I know how to.
Not me, not me. Got it right here. If he said something, then I'll take that opportunity. Jim, I love that you're in shorts, by the way. And Michael Evans.
Yeah.
In the wheelchair with the no legs, she died.
Coffee maker's totally useless. That
Well, I ain't saying.
All right, Pat.
back up to the Adirondack. Phil. He was vacationing. He's like, all I have is a landline up there. Good way to get away. Yeah, that's it. You better get that Starlink.
You can't walk it. No, she's like, that's not me back. Like, I don't know. I need a fire truck on the mountain. Yeah. Woo, woo. I was like, that's my bedtime.
It's not raining hard. Is it? Yeah. What's up, Councilwoman?
Special meeting.
Are we maybe halfway, do we think?
There she is.
Have it on a boat.
Staten Island Ferry. You vote for a boat.
Gonna need a bigger boat.
Yeah. 50-year anniversary, John.
Yeah.
Okay.
Bill, is that one of those like natural sewers or whatever? Kind of good?
I don't know, I'm gonna find out.
You're going to try for the first time.
So were we supposed to
Public comment
have a
on
motion
resolutions.
to, no, I get that. Like,
No, just, the council's back in session.
okay, that's what I thought. Thank you.
City council's now back in session.
Okay, everyone, Paul's here. We're ready to roll? Okay, so we're on to public portion on resolutions. Cheryl Fallick, you've signed up for 4 different resolutions? Okay, yes, you are correct. So A1, CA3, and CD1. And
I actually didn't write down the numbers, but mostly I have questions that I hope can get answered. The first one has to do with the contract for Millennium Strategies, and currently I actually have a job where I'm always looking for grants. And I don't recall ever, we've had Millennium Strategies with the city for a long time, and I don't remember them ever getting us any affordable housing grants, and there actually are a lot of them out there. And now if we're going to buy the Y, there's affordable housing there. My question is, have they ever applied? Do we tell them to apply? If we told them to apply for housing grant money and they haven't, can we get somebody else? Secondarily, again, more questions. This has to do with poor little Church Square Park that's getting pummeled again, $86,000. The first question is, did we change the open space trust to allow for, did we? Okay, so why is this not coming out of that? Did we shoot our whole thing? I know that's a little crass. Stop.
It's fine.
Yeah, is there nothing left in the Affordable Housing Trust Fund? And if so, that suggests that maybe we're doing a little too much park stuff.
The Open Space Trust is different from the Affordable Housing Trust.
The what trust?
The Open Space Trust.
Open space, that's what I meant, yeah.
Yes, so we're not
Yes,
using
affordable housing. I mean, affordable housing on the brain. Open Space Trust. Okay, and then the last thing, and I'm not really sure how this works, and this is probably going to be a little strange to the council, because it's pretty standard stuff once a building is built that we release the monies that we've been holding, the bond that we've been holding, just as soon as they've accomplished everything that they were supposed to. There's one that's being released for Arthur's. I mean, it's not Arthur's anymore, but the building that used to be Arthur's. And I've seen it advertised online. New building, new construction, $6,500 rents already. And I don't know who releases that bond or what letter goes with it, but I think a letter should go with that one that tells the owner that actually it's a rent-controlled building. And the floors that existed before, I think they went up a couple of stories, so there's no base rent on the 5th floor, but it's still rent-controlled. But the lower floors have a legal base rent. And if the units have been reconfigured, there is a way to still glean the legal base rent. So I'm actually putting that on the table. I know it's unusual because most of the time these are brand new buildings. This one isn't. The rent control ordinance defines what a new building is, and this one ain't that. So if somebody could just explain how that goes and how they can be put on notice. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Fowler. Director Stratton, could you, I gather that you're not going to have at your fingertips right now the question about Millennium Strategies, but if you could provide that with...
Of course.
Thank you. So, Michael Evers is gone. Patricia Waiters. Pass. Okay. Manny Rivera Soler.
Almost.
Muchas gracias. Es Manuel Rivera Soler. Good evening, Council President. Once again, thank you all. I see that my voice has gone up higher or something because I've never heard it so resounding. But I just want to say, Council President, a couple of things. Usually I come here and I don't want to say play because this is not a game, but I do the agenda bingo, giving you the different numbers that I believe that you should be discussing. But tonight, I'm going to change it up a little bit. I'm going to go and specify the ones that we're going to speak on. So first off, I would like to say a congratulations, and this is because I respect and love anyone who decides to give themselves of service to a board or a commission, even to this council. So to the member who has joined the Hoboken Planning Board, I might not be able to say his last name or pronounce it correctly, but so I'll just say Mr. Christopher. If anybody knows how to pronounce his last name.
McCloskey.
Say it again?
Zent McCloskey.
Thank you, council member. So to him, congratulations, and I will see you, I guess, at those meetings. Again, also, before I continue, you also have a resolution this evening for the budget, F1. Members of the public are interested in knowing what was your decision and where do you land on the tax levy that was mentioned this evening by a council member that you were saved by the county. What exactly does that mean? What does that imply for members of the public and residents who pay taxes in Hoboken? Can you please explain before you make any decisions and make a vote so that members of the public can understand why you made said decision? And again, Council President, I would just like to speak on CA5 briefly and CD4 and CD9. So on CA5, A5, which again, a fellow member of the public was speaking on it. This is concerning to me because it belongs, or it is part of the 6th Ward. Church Square Park is a park that is used by many, many, many members of the public and of Hoboken. It is a destination. It is a place that needs to be respected for its historic value. I don't understand why we are doing this increase, but if you could explain it to members of the public. Again, as was mentioned, the Open Space Fund, but also I believe that there were grants that were going to be awarded to this project. Again, I have issues with the project. It sounds like the things that were promised were a little bit changed without giving members of the public further information. And I would like to specify directly, which would be the bathroom locations, which I thought were going to be more in the center of the park, not at the peripheral of the park, which, by the way, they are small. And if you don't believe that there are going to be lines for the bathroom, you are mistaken. So that is an issue, and I will bring it up further in further details.
Which number?
Say again?
Which number?
It's CA5.
CA5.
Thank you.
Sorry, Council Member, I didn't hear you. So I want to continue with CD4, which is, again, members of the public are interested because we're not clear. At least I think I am. It's the CDBG grants. Is it, you're voting this evening to accept all of the money that's coming in that grant? Or is it in the ordinance, or rather in the resolution? Are you going to then divide this money or allocate it to the different entities that will be benefiting from said grants? And to conclude over here in CD9, again, members of the public would be interested to know, you're taking recommendations from the study that was made for the, or is this the location, let me first start with that, of the current Hoboken Hospital? I'm not going to say the correct name, I'm just going to say Hoboken Hospital. And if it is, can you please let members of the public understand what is the reasoning for the resolution? Are you trying to move a resolution that is going to make it easier for the hospital to disappear, or are you going to protect, as I said the first time a couple of meetings ago, that I will work hard and diligently to try to keep this hospital where it is? It is necessary. It is of paramount importance to the residents of Hoboken, especially the senior community. Council President, with that, I will yield back.
Okay.
I believe I went over a few minutes, but thank you, sir.
I don't see Director Brown, but CD4, we have an obligation every 5 years to prepare a 5-year report for HUD relating to the Community Development Block Grant Program. So this is a report has been created, and we are blessing it as an approved 5-year plan for that.
That's correct.
With regard to CD9, we're going to talk about that. We're going to have to talk about it. So you'll hear. Pardon? Yeah. Yes, it is the hospital. Excuse me. Well, we're going to talk about it at some length, but yeah. Well, she's not on the list, but is there a general? Would you like to speak on CD9, or would you like to speak in general about the hospital? No, that's not what I'm asking you.
She's not speaking on the resolution.
Do you want to speak on the resolution itself, or you want to talk about generally the hospital? Because you're welcome to do either or, but
Next speaker.
Mary Andraka is up next.
There you go, Mary.
And you could think about it. I don't know what this means.
No way, Mary.
27 minutes?
Okay. Okay,
Are you ready?
we are ready.
All right, Mary Andreka, 159 9th Street. I want to talk about CA1, CA2, CA3. Each of those are resolutions amending the Hoboken Noise Control Ordinance waiver for LCOR on 2 and NJDEP rebuild by design. Now, it's quite alarming to hear 7 to 11, I believe, is the hours that they're asking for. Is that going to be also for all of these 7 to 11 that they will be allowed to work and create noise? Now, I'm also very concerned about that horrible piercing back beeping. It is painful for me with as a migraineur, but sounds are painful because my ears are very sensitive in my head because of that condition. Now, I know everybody doesn't suffer from that, but there's times that you're just listening to sounds that are piercing of beeping in buildings. Now, is this, people don't pay much attention, but are they going to make any kinds of sounds from 7 o'clock in the morning until 11 o'clock at night? I cannot believe anybody in their right mind, maybe down at Hudson Place, there are people that live down there that will have problems with that, but they sure as hell will have problems on Bloomfield and Garden. Now, I'm over here trying to figure out, being on 9th Street, will I be spared at 11 o'clock at night the sounds that will echo from 15th between Bloomfield and Garden? And I think people aren't paying attention to this. This is really serious because that people live and work. I work now at home. We work there, and every noise is amplified because there's building and pounding every single place in this town. Everywhere. It just never stops. It's just excessive. And if you think that people are going to just take it with a stride, I disagree. Your building's up there in the 2nd Ward. It's going to drive them insane. You can't mince this as nothing. What are the hours for this? And not only that, how long is this waived? Who will who enforces quiet in this town? Of course, there's no such thing, but those built by design, 3 months. What am I talking about? 3 months. And they're pretty anxious as that guy, oh no, we got to be working maybe around the clock. You're talking about policemen. We don't even have a policeman. Who's going to enforce? This is not a problem for anybody? Am I the only person that's going to have a problem with this?
If you'd like, I will ask Director Gonzalez to come up. These are 3 different locations,
I
3
understand.
different circumstances, but
I understand they're all waivers, though. 2 are for LCOR, and I understand that's down by the train station. I don't care about that. That's down by the train station. Why should I? Nobody lives at the train station, usually. But there are people on Hudson Place.
Okay.
I understand that. But I am concerned about Bloomfield and Garden, because already there's so much stupid noise where I live on 9th Street all over that compounding it with waivers for the noise from 7 o'clock in the morning to 11 o'clock at night, they just do whatever they want. There's no balance.
okay.
I I mean, I need to know
They
the
don't
times.
do whatever they want because they're here asking for a waiver, which if we don't give them, they won't do it. Number
Oh, I
two,
know,
Mr.
but
Stratton
Tiffany was
will-
having issues with it, but that doesn't mean anything. He seemed to have sort of like,
So,
I don't care,
Mary,
we need
would you
it.
like to have Director Gonzalez come up and answer your questions?
Yes.
Okay, if you would permit, please.
I can answer those questions.
I mean,
as
you
well.
can, yeah. Go ahead.
So I heard a lot of opinions about the noise and the hours. Do you have a question of the merits of the hours? Can you be more specific in what your concern is related to the hours extension for the Rebuild by Design
Okay.
project?
Are we going to hear beeping until 11 o'clock?
No, it was modified so that that would end at 10 p.m.
Would be. What about 7 o'clock in the morning?
No, it was modified to start at 8 a.m. in the morning.
Oh, come on. They always say that, and it's always waking me at, you know, I know
I don't want to
this.
debate.
Cheryl, this is, I mean, this is.
I mean, 7
I'm sorry. I
o'clock
apologize,
is usually
Cheryl.
when they
Mary.
start, and you know it is. DEP asked for 7 o'clock.
Okay, we're at 6:15, Mary. We're,
I understand that, but at night, noise travels.
Microphone.
We've had the conversations with neighbors as well. We're trying to minimize the number of days, right? So we're trying to shorten it by working longer hours. And neighbors are sensitive first thing in the morning. They cannot do any jackhammering, any loud construction work, or the backup until 8 a.m. They can assemble, they can get the site ready, but they can't do it until 8, and it'll stop at 10. And from a practical standpoint, it'll end up stopping sooner once the days get shorter, right? Like it won't be light enough out to do a lot of the work. And in terms of them doing it on time, I assure you, when they're 5 minutes early, my phone explodes. Everyone's like, why are they out there 5 minutes early? And they will very quickly get to adhering to what the schedule is. They just have.
And is there a time frame of days?
Yeah.
You're asking for waivers, so how much does that encompass in the time?
I agree. I'm sorry. This is not a back and forth.
Okay, can you, I just have
Why
that
don't
question.
you-
Can you answer that one question?
Is there, it's in the resolution, but
I'm sorry, I didn't read it.
It's
My
in the
fault.
resolution. It was also
Duration?
part of the public presentation at the beginning of this meeting. With those amendments, it would save up to 14 days in the construction schedule over those duration of construction activities.
are you asking, how long is it?
No, I'm saying day-wise, you're saying it's only 14 days?
He's saying it saves 14 days to work longer hours. So you have more pain, but for a shorter duration. That's the idea here, to work extra time to make the
Okay, so
full
then-
duration shorter.
So then it's not lasting 3 months?
It's not less than 3 months?
I said it's not lasting 3 months.
It is lasting. It is,
Okay, well, that's a pretty chunk of
as
change.
opposed to 4 months, which is
Okay.
14 days longer than 3.5 months.
Okay, so it is the 3 months that he asked, that he stated in his presentation. Thank you.
Ms. Capiello, did you, Linda?
Hi, everybody. It's, I signed up, but I.
Yeah, it's fine.
And I would like equal time if possible to go over this. So,
Equal to the last speaker?
is that possible?
No. But just,
okay.
well, I mean, we'll.
So- At
least you were honest,
Yeah,
Jim.
exactly.
So with that, I'll move forward.
We play favorites, apparently.
In regards to the resolution, I have concerns. I was really here, I didn't even realize it. I think the agenda packet was about 1,000 pages. It's a lot.
1,400, yep.
Okay, very hard for somebody to go through, I have to say. So I'm
You're
glad I caught
Speaking
it.
to the choir.
What's that? Anyway, with that said, I don't want to use up my time. This is
Yep,
important
yep,
to me. I am not clear on why we need redevelopment. And I'm just concerned with the third ward in general and the changes. We have a viable hospital that needs work. We need a great hospital, but I was really coming here to ask for transparency on what might happen with the garage, because we need the garage for the businesses, for the people, for the safety of the neighborhood. Even if you have a spot in Church Towers, you have visitors, it will change the quality of the neighborhood. Secondly, I've been to planning board meetings, and just the few I've gone to, there have been many, many promises with developers, with owners, that the only reason they got approvals of their project within that 3 blocks is that they were going to provide parking for their tenants and people at the Midtown garage. You could go back and look at the transcripts. And that's as of now. There's even a development which even came back here a year ago, and they opposed it. They lost. But the tenants that were being evicted on 327 Grand, but they were given 2 spots on the street, not even yet happening. We need the garage. I don't understand.
No plan to get rid of the garage.
Okay,
but we'll talk
I don't
about
understand. I'm not an attorney. I don't understand why we need redevelopment. I also want to mention, having gone to the planning board, is that sometimes I had questions and I tried to do some due diligence. And I know annually you need a zoning board report to be done, I believe by law. And I wanted to read it so I could be prepared. And the last one I could find was in 2022, codified and sent to the governing body, which you should have that information, to 2023. And by the way, I think that report even recommended looking at the lighting in Hoboken. I only mention that as an aside because I think that's interesting information as we develop Hoboken. Anyway, with that said, I just don't understand, can we really move into redevelopment when we don't even have that particular document that hasn't come to the governing body? How can we be informed as residents? How can we be sure our community is fine and we're protected? Because right now, with all these changes, the quality of life really is deteriorating if you can't find parking. And we need a good hospital, but I don't really understand why we need all this. And I do know you're doing an appraisal. I'd like an update. I think the neighbors deserve that. I believe you're doing an appraisal. I believe there was a bond to fix the garage. I don't think there are many spots in there if anybody goes to get in there now. But all these projects, including the pantry down near the senior service, I believe the planning board gave them 12 spots on the street. So the neighborhood really is being affected, and I'm just really concerned with this. I just wanted to say that.
Which document, just at the risk of...
Well,
the document that
that I'm referring to?
Yeah.
Well, maybe
the annual report of the zoning board?
I believe the state of New Jersey requires by law that every year there is a zoning report done.
Yes, okay.
And I believe is for the purpose that all of the changes in the city could be reviewed and it would be available, so you would use that information to further develop. I don't.
No, it's
and it needs to go to the planning board and to this governing body.
It comes
for
to us only here. So it's available to anyone who asks for it, but by law it comes to us so that we could look at trends and say, you know what, we need to change the law because 100 people every year are asking for these changes, and we would consider whether we want to make changes to make it better for everyone.
And I only raise that because I just wonder, if you haven't seen reports or if we're not having the benefit of that information, how can you make informed decisions that are going to be so impactful on the neighborhood and, and even challenge what people that live in the neighborhood are observing already, and all of these projects haven't even been put forth. So I would just ask the governing board here to assure they've had those reports and they all exist before we go forth and start changing multi-development laws here that just change neighborhoods. And you look in New Jersey, we want a great hospital, but they don't have to take parking garages down. We could just go in and research.
We're going to talk about that in detail shortly.
How will we how will we be informed? When?
Well, if you listen tonight, you will be partially informed. I don't know what you want to be informed about a future, you can go to the planning board, which you apparently have gone to in the past, and there will be site plan approvals in the future.
For what project?
That's what I'm saying, I'm stammering, because you want to know how you will be informed about every project that's going on.
Can you explain what this ordinance means?
We will do that. Our time is up, but we have to talk about that as a group because we have to vote on that tonight, and we will discuss it in detail. Okay. And then after the meeting, I will be happy to come over and chat with you if you're still here.
It's very hard this long of a meeting and a 1,000-page agenda. But I do not understand why we do not have those reports and documents available.
We do have them. The fact that you said we don't doesn't mean they don't exist.
Well, I requested them, and they're not on the website.
Okay.
And I don't believe they exist.
Okay.
And
All right.
I'm just asking you if you could verify they exist and everyone has an opportunity to review them carefully before decisions are made. Thank you.
Yeah, no, I'd be happy to give you a call if you would leave with the clerk your contact information. And we're going to talk about C9 very soon. So, very soon. Okay. No more members of the public have signed up to speak?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay, so CG9, Jerry. Council members.
Council President, F1, F2, CD9, CD10.
CD10 has, before you arrived, we announced that it does not have sponsors.
I'm a sponsor.
It does not have sponsors, plural. So we are not going to be acting upon it tonight. And members of the public were informed of that, and some people left. So
just so I understand, so everybody who's been touting that they're so supportive of building a 100% workforce and affordable housing project, we're deciding that we don't have sponsors for that?
That's correct, Councilman.
Is there anyone on the council that would like to second that?
No.
I'm making sure, Council President. That's all I'm doing.
Yep.
I'm just asking about it. I wasn't here.
That's right. And I'm telling you, the reason that we concluded that was because the answer was people wanted more information.
We had a meeting last night. Some questions that.
And I'm just confirming. Yeah. I'm just asking all my colleagues here tonight. No one would like to second that tonight?
We already had this.
All right. So F1, F2, CD9. Anyone else? And F1, we're not going to be acting on. There's no budget to vote on.
F4.
So,
Wait.
but you.
F1, you said F1, F2. Can you just repeat what they?
F1, F2, and CD9, Councilman Russo has asked to be pulled for discussion.
F4? For finance, is that the same? Yeah, F4.
Where's F4?
And T1? That's good for me. Just two.
T1?
T1.
T1.
You said F4 and T1? Was the
F4
one in between there?
F4, T1, and I'll let P2 go.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, F4, T1. F4, T1.
Yeah, okay, that's what I heard. Okay, I thought there was extras. Okay.
And what, just CA3 for a separate vote.
CA3.
Yeah.
Somebody on the right of me?
In CA5, sorry.
CA5. Okay, so, Mr. Farina.
Mike did. Mike did.
Yeah, so, Mr. Farina, could you call the vote for, I guess, everything except, I'm going to try to put in alphabetical order. CA3, CA5, CD9, F1, F2, F4, and T1.
On the rest, Mr. Cohn,
Aye.
Ms. Fisher,
Yes.
Jabor,
Yes.
Presentano,
Aye.
Mr. Quintero,
Aye.
Mr. Ramos, Mr. Russo,
Aye.
President Doyle.
Aye.
F1.
F1, that's why we started. So F1, I probably should have announced. I hope people haven't been waiting all night for the vote on the budget, but there is no budget that has been agreed upon that has 5 votes. So we need a temporary appropriation to continue to fund the city. Otherwise, we need 6 votes for the temporary appropriation, or there's a shutdown as of tomorrow. So, and this is through August.
Are we not talking about
We can talk
budget?
about the budget. Yeah. I'm not.
Yeah, Council President, I don't want to get yelled at again. I wasn't here in the beginning of the meeting. I don't know what you want to do here.
That's what happens when you're tardy. Only kidding.
No, are we not talking about the budget?
We are, we have your budget proposal. We have Councilman Provenzano and Ramos' proposal. We have Councilwoman Fisher's proposal. We have the administration's introduced proposed budget, and we have to reconcile to get to 5.
Well, and that's part of what I wanted to talk about in the sense of well, number one, let's talk about the process that the business administrator kind of laid out for us. The budget is now in the hands of the city council, right? So appropriately, the amendments by council members should be coming through the chairman of the finance committee, which is Councilman Cohen.
Right.
I believe Councilman Provenzano and myself presented.
And Fisher. Councilwoman Fisher.
Well, Councilwoman Fisher did not send it to the subcommittee. Unless I missed an email.
I sent it to the business administrator.
Administration.
Right. So again, I'm trying to adhere to what was laid out for us. The business administrator also asked that we do a line-by-line budget amendment.
Indicating with specificity. Yes.
Correct. And I think that was very different. I think Councilman Provenzano pointed out was very different from our previous business administrator's approach to that. I believe I was the only council person who submitted a line-by-line budget amendment. I think there were some generalities and some questions from anyone else who submitted those amendments, but I want to make sure we're doing this in the right way. I then followed up with the business administrator after an original meeting that I asked Councilman Cohen to call so that we could discuss how we're going to do this. I followed up, and the business administrator said to me over email that he would not entertain all of these cuts unless they were presented in a way that we understood that they had support. And please correct me if I'm putting words into your mouth or if I'm misrepresenting that.
No, that's accurate. We have to send it first to an auditor and then get state approval for the amendment.
Okay. And I just want to make sure I'm clear on that. I think we need to have another finance committee meeting so that we could discuss those. Because there was a lot of those line-by-line items that I specifically asked the business administrator to give me feedback for. I don't ever pretend to be the city CFO or this fiscal expert, right? Some may.
Come now.
But I know I'm well qualified to act in my capacity as a councilman, and I understand my role to do that. So I want to understand what the next steps are going to be so that we could go over any of those potential amendments, because I think that's really important.
Right. Can I, Council President?
Yes, please, Councilman.
So one of the things that came up in our committee, and we talked about the process, and I think Business Administrator Stratton mentioned it, is that we're looking to find amendments that have support of 5 council members before we submit them to the state for conforming them and to get our final budget.
Sure.
So at this point, I'm not aware of anyone other than yourself that is in support of your amendments, which is 1. So I'm more than happy to have another committee meeting, but it strikes me that if we're going to move on your amendment, that you need to have support of your council colleagues to do that. So that's
Councilman, I don't disagree with you.
Yeah.
But what I'm saying is, it's not my job to talk about what those changes would look like. It's my job as a councilman to set a spending limit. That's it.
Right.
So I presented those spending limits and then asked the administration to look at those to see if we had to further amend that so that it made sense, so that we're not asking to cut $100,000 out of a line item that we already spent
200
over that limit.
Right.
Again, it's very simple. If we want to cut a specific person, if we want to cut a specific department, we zero out that budget. That's it. It's not our duty to say, well, this person's going to move from that department to the next. That's the administration's job.
Well, I think you've heard from Director Stratton that a specific line item recommendations is what he wants, and I understand that. Instead of saying, find 2.2% cut, and I'm not suggesting that you were that vague, but when you say, he's in a position where we have to be able to, if we know, in order to get the state to look at it, we need to know that there are 5 votes to.
Well, that's also not accurate, Council President. That is the preferred way to do it.
Yeah, do we want to send it?
We could vote on any amendment even without the state's approval.
We could pay our auditor to put it all together, send it down there, it gets, they approve it, it comes back, we vote it down, we do another one, and then, by November, we'll, be kind of late in the year on that. So I think it's reasonable to presume that if we want to have a budget that will pass, your budget, I believe, was cutting $6.8 million, and I don't know that there is an appetite considering what's our big picture and what's happening next year. So I don't know
Well, the proposal was a 2.5% increase in spending across the board from what was spent last year. It's not budget it's not budget to budget. It's actual to budget.
All right. Well,
So we had a significant dollar amount from last year's budget, what was budgeted to what was spent. I didn't go back to what was budgeted in 2024. I went back to what was spent, and I increased that dollar amount.
okay.
And to pretend that that's not a reasonable way to approach a budget, to me, is ludicrous.
No one's saying it's not reasonable. I'm just,
I understand.
just saying it doesn't have consensus.
Council
That's
President.
the only point I'm making.
Council President. Just to respond, I went through Councilman Russo's budget recommendations in detail, and there's definitely some of the things that he's recommending that I agree with. I think what we've done in the past, just to kind of bridge the gap here, is, we all review the budget to the level that we're comfortable with, and then we talk amongst ourselves and try and make sure there are issues that are important to people that they want to be incorporated. I go back a couple of years when, we wanted social workers, right? Like I remember talking with Ruben and a couple of you, like we wanted social workers. So, we look through the budget and try to identify areas where we think the city is not spending wisely, where we want to, we've all talked about putting money in the housing department, and, we put money in there, they didn't spend it. Like it's a little bit of a back and forth. I think what Councilman Russo is asking is not something that we've done in the past, right? It's, we haven't seen it from Councilman Russo specifically, who hasn't participated in most of the budget conversations in the last several years. But just kind of drilling down and taking an actual number that is not a complete number at the end of the year and increasing it 2.5% theoretically sounds great, but an example, right? One of the line items was our sanitation, and he looked at an artificially low year-end number because the number at the end of the year wasn't fully funded for the year. As we know, funding happens at the end of the year.
There's
so he
payments
took,
made in the fall.
and it was a huge number, right? It was like $5+ million. So he took that and he increased it 2.5%. came to a number that is almost $2 million lower than what our actual contract for sanitation is for the year, right? So doing what he's suggesting is great in theory, but it's having at least some element of command of that, how a budget is built and just the knowledge. I mean, let me finish, please. When we look at, I think when all of us look at the budget, we've seen patterns, right? We've seen patterns over the years. We've all been on the city council, except for Paul, long enough to know generally what the mayor's office looks like, generally what the health department looks like, generally what our debt service, and we can go back and look and see how it trends. We're not here to solve for pennies. That's not our job. That's the administration's. What we're here is to identify places that we believe there's potential waste and just areas that we don't think spending should occur, or areas where we want to see more spending occur. That's like what our job is. Our job, we are not, we're not the executive branch. We're not solving for every tiny little penny. So going back to what I think both Council President and Vice President were just saying, it's taking a starting point and talking to colleagues and saying, do you think that we can get behind it? That's what we've done in the past. And those conversations are happening. I've spoken to Paul, I've spoken with Council President, and we're trying to get to a point where we can get those 5 votes, around a budget and not say to the administration, you have to audit every single number in the budget. So
Council President.
I will come to you in just one second, Mike. I mean, I know that I do not know that this colloquy, as a former council member used to say all the time, is this is the best forum for us to be doing this. But obviously, you can respond.
Listen, and I appreciate that, Council President. However, it's gotten to and most of the time, I respond to nonsense with the Brandolini law. But, however, it's important to note that when someone continues to try to opine on what councilperson X or Y is thinking is just absolute bullshit. It's nonsense, okay? I followed the rules. I asked exactly how to do that. Councilwoman Fisher never submitted that to the subcommittee. I have no idea what her cuts are. I have zero idea what they are. So to allow somebody to opine on all these things and then to try to get into someone else's head is absolutely ridiculous.
Okay.
We want to talk about getting in depth into the budget. I'm asking for dumb slips every day about our sanitation. I'm talking about what that contract looks like. As a matter of fact, if I remember correctly, I was the only council person who voted against an over $7 million contract for a hauling. So to pretend that all these things are going on pertaining to the budget is just absolutely insane. You can't say that you're concerned about the budget when you vote on contracts of that size. It's about priorities.
Wait a second. I'm going to jump in.
It's about priorities. I'm sorry. Excuse me.
No, I'm going to jump in. Talk about contracts. You voted for a contract that's super, super crazy. So don't start with the sanitation contract. Don't start with the contract. That is garbage. Again, both sides of your mouth. Both sides of your mouth, Councilman Russo.
You'll have your turn.
All right. Please.
You could take as long as you need to.
I'm not shutting you up. I'd like to shut everyone up. Can Council Cohen schedule a meeting?
Yes, he can. But it's important to point it out. I'm not going to let somebody sit here and then tell me what I was thinking.
I understand.
Would you allow it?
And I think you've made it clear that you're not going to do that.
Please.
Through your conduct. So it is 20 of 11. May we move on to F-Troop. F2. So this is the temporary appropriation through August 21st, I believe, and it's to keep the lights on. You had Councilman Russo, is it okay if I call the vote?
Yep.
All
Call
right.
for a vote.
Mr. Perino, please call a vote on F2.
Mr. Cohn?
Aye.
Ms. Fisher?
Yes.
Mrs. Jabour?
Yes.
President Zano?
No.
Mr. Quintero?
Aye.
Mr. Ramos?
Aye.
Mr. Russo?
No.
President Doyle?
Aye. Okay.
Three.
DA3.
For a vote.
Councilman Fisher.
Was that me?
Councilman Fisher
Yeah,
wanted
just,
a
all I want to just clarify, this is the as amended. The one that you have, the one that I have here doesn't have the amendment on it, okay?
I'm sorry.
This is
noise
the,
ordinance for Uptown.
the noise, yeah,
For
this is,
RBD.
it's actually both, it's actually for Uptown and Marin. It is a noise waiver for both.
So what are you
but it's
asking? That the changes that we discussed earlier are not?
Are included.
Yeah, Director Gonzalez has made the changes somewhere electronically. We kind of talked about them, so we've agreed what they are, and I'm assuming, Director Gonzalez, you've made the changes, right? you guys?
The resolution has been amended and it
As
reflects
amended.
As amended.
the
Yeah,
change
so
in
just-
time in the morning, change in time in the evening, and what are restrictions
Great.
for construction
Great.
activities.
So I just want to say as amended.
So Mr. Farina, call the vote on CA3 as amended.
Yeah.
Mr. Cohn?
Aye.
Fisher?
Yes.
Mrs. Jabour?
Yes.
President Zano?
Aye.
Mr. Quintero?
Aye.
Mr. Ramos? Mr. Russo?
Aye.
President Doyle?
Aye. CA5. This was Councilman President Zano, I believe.
I believe this would be Director Gonzalez, or is this Director Vila? Okay. Sorry, I get you guys mixed up with, I don't know who's who on the park or this or
I
that.
could tell them apart.
Well, no, on who's in charge of which part. Yes, responsibilities, Mr. President Doyle. So I know what this is for, but it pertains to a question that we're going to be voting on later for first reading. You want to change a bond from Southwest Park from 21 to 19 and move 2 million into parks, Church Square Park, not excluding or however the language works. So it looks like it's all going to Church Square Park. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Yes.
So a year ago, I think we spoke, or you told me that there was a bond for $1 million for Church Square Park. And I was under the impression that we needed to pass that bond to show to the higher ups that we were applying for grants that we had money set up.
Yep.
And I was under the impression that most of the construction in the park would be covered by grants.
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes.
So now, leading to this, we're asking to move $2 million of a bond for that park.
No.
Well, then it says for Church Square Park, so
Well, let me explain.
I'm sorry? Go
May
ahead.
I explain?
Yeah, please.
So this current project, for which CA5, as we were discussing, is on the agenda, is for Phase 1 implementation of the vision plan.
Yes.
That project is fully funded.
Yes.
That project received $1.4 million in grants, so it is more than 50% of the project cost in grants. I'd have to do that math in the exact percentage. The reallocation for the Church Square Park from within the B551 allocation, existing funding allocation, between Southwest Park expansion and Church Square Park would enable funding of future phases of that vision plan implementation. So say Phase 2.
So maybe I heard it wrong, but I was like, most of this is going to be covered by grants. So I was,
Phase 1 is.
last year, you said every phase would be covered by,
We will continue to apply for grants for every phase, as we do with every capital
but we
project.
have $1 million already we've bonded for Church Square Park, correct?
Correct.
All right, so this is going to make 3 for the park, potentially to use, potentially. I'd like to, and again, this is a question. I think that 2 million should be put towards roads or sewer pipes or water mains. Well, maybe the one across over here on 2nd and Washington, we should actually probably look at replacing that geyser today. But I'm just saying, if we're going to put it towards Church Square Park, I was under the impression, I voted for that because I was under the impression that all of that was going to be taken care of with grants. If we're moving $2 million over in that bond that we're going to vote on for first reading, it's a concern for me because either I didn't hear it correctly or it wasn't explained to me correctly. I don't understand how Church Square Park's going to cost us money when it was told to me grant money was going to take care of it. I'm making a statement. I don't expect you to say anything back, but I just wanted to make sure I didn't hear it wrong last year. But I just, I want to make my case. I don't think the money should be moved from Southwest Park to Church Court Park because we were told that this was not going to cost us much to do it. Statement, and thank you for explaining to me.
It's not. Thanks.
What's the additional funding for?
The additional funding is for a change order for a variety of different unforeseen conditions in the field. We actually ended up moving the fence. We ended up resetting some bluestone. We also ended up adding 3 chess tables to the project. So there are a variety of different unforeseen conditions as well as the addition. For example, we had to pave a larger portion of the street due to utility trenching, things like that. I can give you a line item breakdown, but it's also included in the resolution. Yep.
Thank you, Director. Mr. Farina, please call the vote.
Mr. Cohn?
Aye.
Fisher?
Yes.
Mrs. Jabour?
Yes.
Mr. Presidano?
No.
No.
Mr. Quintero?
Aye.
Mr. Ramos? Mr. Russo?
Aye.
President Doyle?
Aye. F4, no, I'm sorry, CD9. So this, I think Councilman Russo,
Yeah, I mean,
do you mind if I'm going to explain what happened at the planning board and then you're on to you.
by all means.
On Monday night, there was the planning board, as you know, Linda left, but I'll be happy to talk to her. The redevelopment, in May, we asked the city council and the administration asked that an area in need of rehabilitation or redevelopment analysis be performed. We hired topology. They went and looked at 4 different properties associated with the hospital. And this is a step that just is to determine whether the 4 properties can be designated or appropriately designated as an area in need of redevelopment. The 4 properties were the entire city block where the hospital currently is, that's one. The portion of the city block to the west of that where the municipal garage is, which is about 2/3 of that city block, that's number 2. There's a single building, it's roughly 20 by 100 at 307 Willow, directly across the street to the east of the hospital, and a building at 122 Clinton, which is at the block south of the southwest corner of the hospital, which is currently used as a medical professional building. So 3 of the buildings are owned by the same owner, the hospital square block, the 307 Willow, and this 122 Clinton are all owned by one owner. And the owner is not the operator of the hospital. It is somebody who owns the land for all 3 of those. The 4th parcel is the municipal garage, which is owned by the city of Hoboken. So the idea is, as whether you like them or not, redevelopment zones, such a designation would give us the ability to make a plan, whatever plan we want, to work towards saving, preserving, improving the hospital, and the municipal garage, which, as some of you who are here a lot know, that we had on some time ago a $30 million bond resolution or ordinance that we never voted on because we stopped and thought, if we're going to do this redevelopment, something different might happen, so let's not rush into that. So the planning board, there was a 150-page report that was prepared, very comprehensive, and the recommendation was that all 4 lots should be included as in the designation of an area in need of redevelopment. it was a unique aspect, though, was that the 307 Willow, the one, I think it's a 4-story building that probably was residential many years in the past, but the hospital owns it, and they've used it in the past for offices for the doctors and administration of the hospital. And the hospital itself and the municipal garage, all three met the criteria of an area in need of rehabilitation, redevelopment. I keep saying it incorrectly. So, but the fourth property, which is a block away, did not by itself qualify as an area under the criteria in the law as an area in need of redevelopment. But in that law, it says if there are additional parcels that make the area that is designatable, it's sort of integral properties that will make the redevelopment more viable, then they can be included even if they themselves are not blighted, they're not deteriorated, they're not, et cetera. So because that medical building is an outpatient medical facility, and it certainly is a common use with the hospital, and so the report recommended that the planning board identify all 4 of them as an area in need of redevelopment. The planning board debated it for 2.5 hours and determined that that it recommends that 3 of the 4, without the 122 Clinton building, that property included, saying we don't think, the planning board by a vote of 6-2 said we don't think that property should be included in the area in need of redevelopment. So we have before us, we have asked them for a report that we got back. We have a report, and a detailed report, and we also have the planning board's recommendation. Tonight, our job is to either, we could reject it altogether and say we don't think it should be a redevelopment zone. We can agree with the planning board and say we think that 3 of the 4 properties should be designated, but the 4th shouldn't. Or we can say we think, thank you very much, planning board, but we think that all 4 properties are necessary to make this a financially viable, property to, because in order to go through the redevelopment process, we have to find someone who will be willing to come in and fix the hospital, whether they tear half of it down and build something new and do the other half, whether they do it on a different property. There's many different ways that we can skin that cat. But this process and this vote tonight, there's no plan in front of us to say this is how it's going to happen. It's just this is a step in allowing the redevelopment process to move forward. And as many of you know, pilot payments can be ways to incentivize creative financing. And this is a non-condemnation redevelopment zone if we were to select it. So we cannot use eminent domain, but we would, this is just, is it going to be designated? And if so, we go on to our next chapter to see whether and how we would develop this, seek to develop it.
Nice job, Council President.
Thank you. So somebody has to make a motion, but excuse me?
Council President, what it took the planning board to do 2.5 hours, you did it in 5 minutes.
If only they had listened to me.
Is council?
Okay, so we have to. Okay, the last piece is when we call it. Are we voting on nothing, 3, all 4? And if we're voting to reject the planning board's recommendation, we need to explain why we're doing that. We have to put that into the record. Well, I explained the options. I didn't say the reason that we should disregard the planning board is fill in the blank. So,
because it makes the project viable.
Yes, that's
Council President.
Potentially.
Are you going to? Are you going to speak? I thought you said you wanted to speak. So I can't say I'll be brief, but I'm going to try. I'm going to try. I'll try.
Well, at least you're self-aware.
I am very so we're clear, I'm very self-aware on this point in particular. I listened for probably an hour and 45 minutes or almost 2 hours of the 2.5-hour planning board meeting. And I just, I think what Jim said is accurate. I just want to give a little bit of color. The debate was around whether or not these properties met the criteria for redevelopment, or was it neglect that contributed to the state of disrepair? And so the initial vote, they actually did a vote on all 4 properties and it failed. It was 4-4 and it failed. Then there was a discussion on how, can they get to 2? Can they get to 3? Everyone kind of had a different view on which ones would actually qualify. And ultimately, they got to this list of 3 that they felt they'd have enough votes for. And I think the vote was 6-2 or 5-3, one of those, 6-2. So I just wanted to give that color because we're definitely solving for the interests of the operator of the hospital, right? All of this is so that the operator of the hospital, and I sit on the board of the Hoboken Hospital, and I want to see a new hospital built, but we're solving for a deal to be struck with the operator of the hospital that importantly, and this was one of the questions last night that the planning board struggled with, doesn't actually own the land. And all of the color that we've heard so far is they've not come to an agreement with the actual property owner. The property owner is Avery Eisenreich. We were in a lawsuit with them when we modified our zoning to make sure that this would be a hospital in perpetuity. And, he's just sitting there and seems to not be willing to strike a deal. So I want to put it out there that as we progress through this process, I will vote on it tonight because I'm hopeful that we will get a new hospital out of this, but I am concerned that as we progress, we're creating a disincentive structure. We're actually incentivizing the property owner to just sit with the property and not actually build a hospital. So I just want to say that, but and give that color, but I'll support it tonight.
Thank you. And I do want to emphasize that your opinion, there has been no designated developer. So the fact that whether the current operator may be in the future, we're not doing this tonight and voting on this tonight to make that entity be the future developer. But anyway, it may very well be, but okay. So
Council President, I was going to make a motion.
Okay.
I'd like to make a motion that we move forward. We acknowledge the planning board's decision, and we as a council disregard their decision in order to consider all 4 properties based on, I think you said it in your opening remarks, basically there's proximate interest in being able to conclude that 4th property, though it doesn't meet all of the criteria. It is related to the larger spirit of this project potentially and should be included for consideration. So we would put on the record, we acknowledge the planning board's discussion and their findings, but reach a different conclusion for purposes of moving forward.
And much like Councilwoman Fisher's amendment about the hours of operation, Director Brown and I have been discussing, not knowing what the outcome would be, but the resolution that was in Acela was written last week and said it presumed the planning board would agree with all 4. So we have to tweak it just factually, but that would be the resolution. But we can, I think, vote on it, and we will get that taken care of just to make it reflect the reality.
Yep.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay. Mr. Farina, all those in favor?
Aye.
Fisher,
Yes.
DeVore,
Yes.
Positano,
Aye.
Aye.
Ramos, Russo,
Aye.
President Doyle.
Aye. I think just Corporation Counsel, did you want to weigh in on CC1 that we've already voted on, I think?
Yes, as I was signing, because we signed all the resolutions after they were voted on, I realized that the title was incorrect and there was a beat further resolved that was not correct. I want to make sure there wasn't confusion. The title originally in your packet was a resolution qualifying special counsel. This is actually meant to be a resolution appointing special counsel. So the point of this resolution was to appoint Milbank as the special counsel to handle the litigation. So I want to make sure there was no confusion, and the council's fine with me changing the appointing and removing the last beat for resolved. If there's confusion, we can revote.
Okay with correcting the typo in CC1, it's not qualifying.
You didn't.
It's appointing.
Selecting.
You didn't catch that?
I didn't. Yeah. Okay, so we are back to F4.
Mr. Presidente.
Yes, thank you.
Director Stratton, thank you, Council President. Director Stratton, I read over the audit for 2024, and I have a couple points that I wanted to bring up, and I'm going to guess you're going to fix them. I know you're new to, you're, okay.
I brought it with me.
So I want to bring up the 4 points that I thought were extremely important on things that the city failed, or well, the report never says you fail on it. They're very generous in how they say that there's a problem. They dance around it. So there was significant weaknesses in internal controls over financial reporting. And I'll let you reply to these at the end. There were certain contract violations of procurement regulations. There's interfund balances and cash management concerns with liquidity management and a clear reconciliation process. We adopted some cash management plan, but it suggests that we need more monitoring. And this one's a little concerning. The accrued absences, tracking accrued compensated absences, to me, it has an impact on benefit payments and a strain on finances. So that one's actually concerning to me. It stated that certain departments did this, but there was no centralized collection of this information. And looking at this, the biggest one I see out of this is that the significant weakness in internal controls over financial reporting. That is a red flag that I've ever seen in my entire life. I know you can't comment on the details of it, and I'm just reading a piece of paper that the auditors gave us. I'm guessing we're fixing all this, but some of these are repeats year after year after year after year. And nobody ever talks about it, but what are we doing for some of these? Because these are some big ones, I think.
Sure. Part of the importance of conducting an audit is to find areas that are deficient and in need of improvement. So the areas that you highlight is something that we do work on every year. You covered a number of different topics, but I would be happy to respond more specifically on the internal controls we have in place, whether it's through the admin system, time accrued through our prime point system. We do have centralized measures and controls, but I would have to know specifically what the audit findings are related to, whether it's a purchase order or internal controls, and then go through and give you a report. So if you want to send me an email pointing out the specific things, I brought the audit with me because on page 186 for recommendations, it was silent to that, but there were general comments and recommendations, which is the purpose of doing an audit.
Yeah, they're very nice in how they say it without getting themselves caught with saying, the red flag. But I think the biggest one for me that I don't have to send you an email. The two are the accrued absences, because that has a financial impact at the end of the day on our budgets and what we pay out. And the big concern is they didn't just say weaknesses in internal controls. They said significant weaknesses. That's a major, that one I really want to know because that's a scary one.
Understood.
I'm President Doyle, I'm good now.
Okay, thank you. I'm sorry. Mr. Farina, F4, please call the vote.
Mr. Cohn?
Aye.
Ms. Fisher?
Yes.
Mrs. Jabour?
Yes.
President Tano?
Aye.
Mr. Quintero?
Aye.
Mr. Ramos?
Aye.
Mr. Russo?
Aye.
President Doyle?
Aye. So we'll be asked to sign that before we leave tonight. T1. And Councilman Provenzano, I believe that's That is yours?
Yes. Director Weber, I guess, this one I've never seen, I've never really understood, and I talked with Councilman Ramos today about this. Evidently, this was caused by an accident.
There was a traffic accident at the intersection.
They took out the pole, or took out the light, right?
Correct.
So
We filed a claim. We're expecting to be reimbursed. We have to put the money up front.
That was my question, because I've never seen something like this. I figured, are we suing somebody, or are we getting insurance money to pay for this?
We're expecting an insurance claim. It was a DUI. I don't think there's going to be any.
Okay, all right. That's all I wanted to know. I was just make sure we were getting insurance. Okay, thank you.
Very good.
Mr. Cohn?
Aye.
Fisher?
Yes.
Mrs. Jabour?
Yes.
President Zano?
Aye.
Mr. Quintero?
Aye.
Mr. Ramos? Aye. Mr. Russo?
Aye.
President Doyle?
Aye. So, okay, on to public portion.
No.
No?
First reading. Yeah.
Ordinances for introduction.
All right, you want to do the other first?
Which other?
Which one?
Introduction.
No, okay, go ahead, Mr. Farina. I'm sorry. I want to hear from
Ordinance
the
for
public.
introduction, ordinance of the City of Hoboken and the County of Hudson, New Jersey approving.
Wait, Ruben's got to go.
He's got to get out of here. Hold on, Jimmy. He's got to leave. Excuse himself.
You're off the ball, Jim. Sorry. You must be getting tired.
Introduction of an ordinance of the City of Hoboken and the County of Hudson, New
Just
Jersey.
let him get out of the room.
The contribution of portion of the annual service charge
Can't hear it.
provided to the City of Hoboken pursuant to the financial agreement
We love
by and between the City of Hoboken and JB 112 Urban Renewal LLC into the City Pilot Education Trust account.
Both pages.
Mr. Farina, please call a vote.
Mr. Cohn?
Aye.
Ms. Fisher?
Yes.
Mrs. Jabour?
Yes.
President Zano?
Aye.
Mr. Quintero?
Aye.
Mr. Ramos? Mr. Russo?
Aye.
President Doyle.
Aye.
Introduction of an ordinance amending Chapter 141 parking garage and lots public of the Hoboken.
Somebody, I'm
Let's
sorry.
get Mr. Russo.
Ruben.
Thank you. I'm sorry to interrupt you, Mr. Farina.
An
We're on
ordinance
a roll.
amending Chapter 141 parking garage and lots public of the Hoboken City Code to amend transient parking rates in municipal parking facilities.
Mr. Farina, please call a vote.
Mr. Cohn?
Aye.
Fisher?
Yes.
Mrs. Jabour?
Yes.
President Zano?
Aye.
Mr. Quintero?
Aye.
Mr. Ramos?
Aye.
Mr. Russo?
I'm sorry, which one was, what are we on? Three?
Three.
No.
We're on two.
No,
Three.
we're on two is
Was
stricken.
removed.
Mr. Russo?
No.
All right. President Doyle.
That's the increase in
Aye.
parking, right?
Parking garages.
So we're number 4, ordinance.
For an ordinance amending Chapter 192 parking for persons with disabilities.
Mr. Farina, please call the vote.
Mr. Cohn?
Aye.
Ms. Fisher? Mrs. Jabour?
I'm a yes.
President
Sorry.
Zano?
You're going so fast. I'm a
Mr.
yes.
Quintero? Mr. Ramos? Mr. Russo?
Aye.
President Doyle.
Aye.
Ordinance for introduction amending Chapter 146 peddlers, transient merchants of the City of Hoboken to include non-motorized mobile rental vendors.
Mr. Farina, please call the vote.
Mr. Cohn?
Aye.
Ms. Fisher?
Yes.
Mrs. Jabour?
Yes.
President Zano?
Aye.
Mr. Quintero?
Aye.
Mr. Ramos? Mr. Russo?
Aye.
President Doyle.
Aye.
An ordinance introduction amending Chapter 110-17 requiring waste containerized for large municipal family buildings.
Mr. Farina, please call the vote.
Mr. Cohn?
Aye.
Ms. Fisher?
Yes.
Mrs. Jabour?
Yes.
President Zano?
Aye.
Mr. Quintero?
Aye.
Mr. Ramos? Mr. Russo?
Aye.
President Doyle.
Aye.
Ordinance for introduction amending Chapter 110 adding Section 28 for sidewalk trash sheds.
Mr. Farina, please call the vote.
Mr. Cohn?
Aye.
Fisher?
Yes.
Mrs. Jabour?
Yes.
Mr. President Zano?
Yes.
Mr. Quintero?
Aye.
Mr. Ramos? Mr. Russo?
Aye.
President Doyle.
Aye.
Ordinance for introduction, amending Chapter 58-27.1 Recreation Fees.
Farina, please call the vote.
Mr. Cohen?
Aye.
Ms. Fisher?
Yes. Yes.
Mrs. Jabour?
Yes.
President Zano? Mr. Quintero?
Aye.
Mr. Ramos? Mr. Russo?
No.
President Doyle.
Aye.
Ordinance for introduction, amending Chapter 58-23, permit enabling reservations for Resiliency Park Community Room.
Mr. Farina, please call the vote.
Mr. Cohen?
Aye.
Ms. Fisher?
Yes.
Mrs. Jabour?
Yes.
Mr. President Zano?
Aye.
Mr. Quintero?
Aye.
Mr. Ramos? Mr. Russo?
Aye.
President Doyle.
Aye.
An ordinance for introduction, amending Chapter 193, Water.
Boy. Mr. Farina, please call the vote.
Mr. Cohen?
Aye.
Fisher?
No.
Mrs. Jabour?
Yes.
President Zano?
No.
Mr. Quintero?
Aye.
Mr. Ramos?
No, he said.
Mr. Russo?
No.
President Doyle.
Aye.
All right. That-
Fails.
Yes.
Number 11.
Yeah, ordinance further amending bond ordinance B51 of the City of Hoboken, County of Hudson, New Jersey, reallocating funds for no additional cost to the city.
Mr. Farina, please call the vote.
Mr. Cohen?
Aye.
Ms. Fisher?
Yes.
Mr. Jabour?
Yes.
President Zano?
No.
Mr. Quintero?
Aye.
Mr.
Ramos.
Ramos? Mr. Russo?
No.
President Doyle.
Aye.
What was, Ruben, what was your vote?
No.
Okay, thank you. An ordinance for introduction, amending bond ordinance B 493 of the City of Hoboken, County of Hudson, New Jersey, revisiting the soft cost of borrowing limited at a no additional cost to the City of Hoboken.
Mr. Farina, please call the vote.
Mr. Cohen?
Aye.
Fisher?
Yes.
Mr. Jabour?
Yes.
President Zano?
No.
Mr. Quintero?
Aye.
Mr. Ramos?
No, is what he said.
Mr. Russo?
No.
President Doyle?
Aye. Do you want me to read this one for you, Jimmy, to give you a break?
Wait, is this the one? Fisher?
Is he
We're talking about
yes?
the last one. How would you
Yes
vote on?
Yes. I was a yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So, ordinance for introduction, bond ordinance authorizing the completion of various capital improvements for Maritime Park, Block 259, lots 1 and 2, and 800 Monroe Resiliency Park, Block 87, Lot 1.01, including public art acquisition, installation, and capital facility improvements, allocations related thereto, in and for the City of Hoboken, County of Hudson, New Jersey, appropriating the sum of $36,342,000, therefore authorizing the issuance of general obligation bonds or bond anticipation notes of the City of Hoboken, County of Hudson, New Jersey, in the aggregate principal amount of up to $34,524,900, making certain determinations and covenants and authorizing certain related actions in connection with the foregoing. Mr. Farina, please call the vote.
Mr. Cohen?
Aye.
Ms. Fisher?
Yes.
Mrs. Jabour?
Yes.
President Zano?
No budget? No vote. No.
Mr. Quintero?
Aye.
Mr. Ramos? Mr. Russo?
Aye.
President Doyle?
Aye. So now, can we try public portion?
Yes.
And Enrique Herrera.
Thank you, Council President. I just wanted to touch upon a couple subjects first. To address the whole AI algorithm issue, one of the things that I've already elaborated on. And the one young lady that was in here earlier was talking about some of these algorithms have Starlink and other advanced technologies. If we could just open up a public inquiry into how far this algorithmic situation is with rents control, or whether or not appointments are settled is one thing, but can these algorithms geolocate humans, whether or not they're going into buildings, stuff like that? I always take the necessary step forward when it comes down to just a technology question. I'm not really a fan of AI. I also did that whole thing where I destroyed the prediction scale model that orchestrates illegal acts onto a person using a real-time concept, using Marvel Comics, which is involved with AI 1218, where our technical term in this universe of Marvel, if that were the case, would be 1218. That's just the technicality there of that being that. The second thing about for the cops to actually add on to that type of information, the compulsive detox presented by Catherine Holchel in New York could be something that could be implemented here. It's not on all awards, but when it comes down to some people just being a nuisance to people, we were just speaking about that as well, where it involved some people just being blatantly disregarding of people's, public space where they, you live here, you work here, you have coworkers and schoolmates, and then there's that one homeless guy that just shows up on 2nd Street. I don't know where they come from. It is a problem for some people who like to enjoy their privacy. Like, let's say if I go to a certain part of the waterfront, for example, there'll always be that one guy walking by. Is there a reason for that? Is he making a nuisance out of himself? Yes or no? But that just becomes a hassle for citizens when they try to report that behavior, because they just fix themselves up as they see the police come in. So I think compulsive detox should be looked at. Again, inquiry into that. It wasn't necessarily presented, and the problem isn't as big in Hoboken as it is in New York, where you walk into a train tracks, you'll see a homeless person sleeping there, or they're just Walking Dead zombie situation where they just compulsive disorder out. But there is compulsive detox where they just get put into intake, which would lead to an inpatient stay, where that would be an appropriate measure. And I think that'd be my inclusion in that conversation. Lastly, how much time do I have by any chance?
We were a little late in starting it, but you probably have about 3 minutes.
Okay. Lastly, I had already talked to Katie Brennan about this, and it involved the Oedipus Electric curriculum in the schools. I know, Ruben, you're a very big fan of my curriculum, especially when it comes down to Oedipus Electric. It involves how my inclusion into that Board of Education meeting, which will inevitably come one day, would include exploration into K through 12 and associates into doctoral and PhD of this curriculum involving education, discipline, exploitation, and subjugation, where we stop irregular behavior in kids from pointing the finger at adults and teachers when it comes down to their own conscious thoughts, and appropriate measures toward 1 or 2 classes, not necessarily a lot, but that would be an ISS stay if you keep pointing the finger at the teacher because you feel some type of way, or or your parents where they're not afforded the same education. A lot of grandparents and parents didn't necessarily have those words. It was always you going in and you going out. And some people are, raised on a Hispanic mindset. It's toxic masculinity everywhere. But when we bring up this specific subject matter, it just involves human consciousness and how we discipline our children or young adults as they grow up away from behaviors like irregular behaviors, pointing the finger at people, making unnecessary claims and advances toward people, and then projecting that type of ideology amongst the people or whatever. But I have in-depth view of it on my social media. It's just my phone, frankly, stopped working, so I'm kind of back in the Stone Age now. So if anything else, that'd be my conclusion for that. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. Cheryl Fowler.
Sure. I just wanted to, I actually literally stayed because I wanted to thank I wanted to thank 7 people up there for voting on that, removing that one-time exemption. I also wanted to speak in support of my rent board colleagues. They really haven't done anything wrong. The rent board has been in a bad space for a long time because there was this empty space in the ordinance with all the ancillary language, and they didn't have the capacity. It had to come here eventually. And Councilwoman Jabour, thank you. Finally, somebody was brave enough to bring it here because rent control, as we know, is the third rail, and you're not supposed to touch it because everybody's scared that we're going to have a referendum. But we had one, and we saw what happened. The other thing I wanted to mention tonight is I'm seeing a pattern tonight, and I do acknowledge that it's maybe a little annoying when people work hard on ordinances to have people come up here and make suggestions who, you know, seemingly haven't done the work, but they may have the lived experience. And the one thing I want to caution the City Council about, I'm just going to say March 11th, 2011. That night, the city, I don't know who was on the, I think maybe you were on the council then, but I don't think anybody else was. That night, the City Council passed Z88, which is this awful sort of thing, change to the rent control ordinance. And the night that the City Council passed it, March 11th, 2011, they said, we're going to fix this at the next meeting. That's my point. So to hear, oh, we're going to fix these later, I hope you do, or I hope you consider changes, some of the things that the community said, but I don't really have any faith that you will. So a couple of things did get passed tonight that did have some things that really did need to be worked on, so maybe some of you will. But with that said, again, thank those of you who did vote for that thing that really had to come out, or that ancillary language. I very much appreciate it. Good night.
Patricia Waiters.
Thanks for coming, Pat.
You got the microphone going up? Or, no, I guess it's probably all right.
All right, thanks, Pat.
Could you guys, Patricia Waiters, could you guys please consider having a caucus? I'm going to say this to the next mayor and be upstairs in front of your door every day, whoever the mayor. Have a caucus, because y'all could attend your business on the caucus and give the meeting back to us to sit down here. Now I can't even go do all my papers that I was going to go do tonight, and I promised people that stayed up to watch this. This is me, Patricia Waiters. New Jersey Democratic State Conference. This from 2018, okay? That's me when I checked in. This is when I was a proud Democrat back in 2018. And I went to all the classes and I had a good time, drank a little wine. No. And wait, I want to be serious. And I really liked the idea of even being a committee person back then. But I wrote myself in with one vote, and my Uncle Davey, God bless his soul. But I ran for committee in your ward, Michael Russo, 3-3, and I got 95 votes. You know how that felt? Felt like I won mayor. I'm going to put this on, because I promised them, and I'm here to educate what I've learned, what a Democrat committee person should do. I'm going to educate the people. We're not here to fight the Republicans and the conservative and the progressive. And no, we're here to work together as a team. I'm going to work in 3-3 to the best of my ability. And I brought this tonight to show y'all, we all live in Hoboken, no matter what ward or district you're in or running for. But the main thing is working together. All of y'all, and Manny, you've been in my apartment, I got crates, very organized, of people, which is your constituents, that still come to me. This is from Phil Cohen's ward. I want to share this. July 10th, 2024, a young lady that voted for you, and they loved you, but she wound up giving it to me. Could you, Pat, could you help me? Do you get, whether I got along with Phil Cohen or not, I jumped on it right away. And this was serious. Okay, but having you been a friend or whatever of that person, and I'm gonna protect names to protect the innocent, it could have been your friend or whoever, but she was confused because y'all just appointed her to the board. Okay, so she wrote in detail what the issues was with one of the commissioners and Mr. Recco. But this is why I'm saying this. When you're a committee person and y'all run for government or official positions like this, you're supposed to be loyal and work with the people. Whether it's your best buddy, whether it's Ravi Bala, when y'all all ran on his ticket, you still got to do what's right for the people. You acting under the authority of the people. She confided in you, and you promised her, but you never took care of it, evidently, because it wound up in my house. Okay? Another one. This was for Michael Russo. And you was on the board then already, Mike. This is to Kelly A. Patterson plus 25 more. You see the 25 more that was CC'd on this email? These are tenants. I sent pictures of rats, rust, feces coming out of the toilet. Their cars are being towed. The same stuff that I've been saying for years. And this is marked April 27, 2022. Okay? Look at the pictures. So, and look at that, that's me. All of that work is Pat Waiters. This is how people come to me. And I'm gonna be a proud Democratic committee person. And for everybody that's watching this that I asked to support me, I'm gonna make you proud. Because I'm a woman of my word. Even though you guys feel like you can undermine me and don't recognize what I do it for the people. I'm not trying to impress no politician, because this would usually happen. It wound up in a milk crate somewhere being untouched if it's not an election time. So again, I got 95 votes, go me, and I will be working with you guys, okay? Everything, all my information still the same. Y'all don't have to say it, but I'm gonna say it. Welcome aboard. Pat Wade is ready to fight. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Waiters. Manuel Rivera Soler.
Thank you, Council President. I will be brief in lieu of the time constraints. I did have a lot of, just want to show for proof, there was a lot of issues and grievances that I've been accumulating throughout the weeks and months that I've been in the Hoboken 6th Ward, speaking to my neighbors. So all I want to do is just then, I'll save that for another time. And I just want to abbreviate it again. Council President, I just want to say that I hope that we can, again, as the consoler of the council, we could join in prayers for our fellow citizens of Kirk County, Texas, with this horrible incident of the floodings where they were missing. There are missing 60 souls that are not found, 110 deaths. Many children, young children. I wish we could join in prayers for them and keep in solidarity. I hope that we could also join in prayer for the people of North Carolina, and pardon me, I lost my train. And also the people of Rodazo, New Mexico, or Rodeos, New Mexico. I'm not sure. But they also suffered floodings in their municipalities in their state. So as Americans, I hope we can join them. I know that I'm losing you. But then also in our shores of New Jersey and Plainfield, New Jersey, we also lost certain residents of the said town. With that, Council President, I will then say, as I always do, we pray for the release of the hostages of Israel. We pray for the innocence of the Palestinian people. And with that, I say, Slava Ukraini, glory to Ukraine. Heroyam Slava, glory to the heroes. And Council President, to you and to the council and to the members of the public, God bless you and God bless Hoboken, and thank you for this meeting. And again, thank you for the great explanation you gave earlier on CD9. Thank you. Good evening.
Thank you, Mr.
God bless you, Jim.
Rivera Soler. Eric Hanahan, he left. And Eric Volpe, I think, is in the same category.
No, wait. Is that Eric right there? Oh, no.
Marion
Yeah.
Draca.
I'm here.
Yeah.
Sorry. Mary
I already called you Cheryl tonight,
that's
which is
okay.
not an insult. As you
No,
know.
that's all right. Mary Andraka, 159 9th Street. Actually, I had not planned to speak. I did sign up, though.
Yes, you did.
Because I came here for the rent issues because I've been in this town a long time, and I actually forgot about Build by Design. I don't think I'm the only one that has forgotten about it. And I say that very seriously because listening to that little presentation, I remember very well going to all those meetings back in the day. And I remember thinking about the people that lived up there on 14th and 15th now, on Garden and Bloomfield. And I thought, wow, thank God I don't live there. And the people that at the time, I'm sure some of them have sold, because a lot has happened. A pandemic has been in the world, and a lot of people left this town. And a whole group of new people that have come to live here. My point being, I forgot. And this Kim used the word massive twice. She put an emphasis on that word because it is massive. She also used the word monolithic. They don't know what's coming. It's major. And I believe you as the council, they don't have the local paper anymore, and I don't know how many people tune in, but perhaps some of them do to this meeting. Their lives are going to change, and a lot of people are not going to want to stay. And I can understand why. Blocking even a street like Bloomfield, which I was on to go to the laundromat up in Union City, for 3 months, and then having their whole landscape change is going to be dramatic. And this town needs to alert. This is a reality that's coming. I forgot until tonight. And last year in July, when the fireworks were on the Hudson, the cars to get out of this town in front of my street on 9th, making a left to go on Bloomfield, ran until 4 a.m. And the one bad thing is, sure, I live on the street right in front, was the honking. Now, I believe this council should make a deliberate effort to say, your lives are going to be hell if you remain in this town. You are not to honk because you won't be able to go anywhere for hours maybe, because they've got to know this is going to happen. I remember those diagrams. I remember those gates, what they were going to try to do to make them presentable, how it would change the values of their property. Do these people remember? You know, Russo, you know. It was catastrophic. Monolithic, those gates. And they were going to affect Washington near Madison and the Old Kellys. It was going to affect all the people that live there. And I don't know what it's going to do, because I always thought it was an overreaction to the 100-year flood. And yes, I suppose it could happen in 50 years. But I don't believe they know this is coming. Just to bring the gates into the city, You've got to put humongous signs and say, with photographs, that this is going to happen. I really mean it. I'm not trying to stop it. I can't. Nobody can. But the world is innocent to this in many respects, unless you were there. Because you reminded me tonight. At least I live on 9th, but God only knows what the vibrations will be for 5 blocks from there, 7. Who knows? But you need to really let people know. Please. Thank you.
Thank you.
Motion to
That's
close
it.
public.
That's it for second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion to close.
Second.
Second? Aye.
Bonsoir.
You were asking about scheduling.
Yeah, no, I didn't read it.
Good night, Joe. Good night, Em.
Hi, Michael. Michael, we actually did have a committee meeting last night. I was the only one who dialed in.
I was on it. I was the only one.
I dialed in, I guess I was in the waiting room.
You look, Ron.